hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Learning Curve, everyone, by the estimable Brian Dro, my brother-in-law and musician extraordinaire. The link to his website is in the description, as always. Please check out his work. I'm sure you'll be even happier with his other songs than you are with Learning Curve. All right. Welcome to AHNC All Hat No Cattle. I'm not wearing a hat. Picasso knows. May I have my black hat, please? I just finished lunch, you guys, and I'm a little rushed, even though we had all morning to get ready for this. I haven't done this in so long. I almost forgot to turn the microphone on, so that's how things are going.
You want the black one?
It's too late.
It's never too late. I like that one.
All right. No, I don't see my camera up. There we go. None of you guys didn't know I had a hat. The camera was off. Again, quality production values here at AHNC All Hat No Cattle. And as I'm saying, I am hat Welcome to the live stream. We've got a full chat already. Wonderful to see you guys. Some people we haven't seen in a while, like King James, and a brand new member, Modial. Now, I believe I know of a particular colon remedy with a very similar name. But I'm not saying that's yours. I'm just saying it rings a bell. We have refugees from HB's chat. Wonderful to have everybody here. So, why are we here today? Because finally, the OIG for the DOJ, Michael Horowitz, dropped his long-awaited, since May? Long-awaited report on the Carter Page FISAs, whether or not there was abuse, and etc. Now, I was watching Dan Bongino just before I came on, and who was it, just put this in the chat about Barr going to, there it is, King James. Fox News just reported that Prosecutor Durham has just come out and said he has information, and he disagrees with some of the findings of the IG report. I understand the Attorney General, William Barr, has said something similar. Now, what this relates to is, as I understand it, now, I haven't read this yet, obviously. I'm going into this cold with you guys just like I always do. Like I said, I was eating. I haven't had time to even look at it. But what Bongino is saying, what I believe Durham and Barr is saying, is Horowitz concluded that the information that the FBI got from the intelligence community gave them the proper predicate to put the FISA on Carter Page. But Horowitz doesn't have the authority to check into the intelligence community's story. They are an entirely different branch or section of the government, and he's only able to look into what happens at the DOJ. So if he got bad information, if he's looking at bad information, his conclusion is therefore also wrong. And I'm pretty sure that's what Durham and Barr are leaning on with their statements. Again, this is from Bongino. This is not from my own interpretation of what I've read, because I haven't read anything. But I think it makes perfect sense. It's a perfect, as Dan said, it's a perfect tautology. You can't make a decision that something was right or not if you don't have the proper information about the decision that was made to begin with. There you go. All right, David, nice to see you back, sir. Okay, yes, absolutely. Take care of yourself as always. We don't want anyone to overdo themselves. Be well. I'm gonna keep an eye on my back. Obviously, I'm 3 weeks and 3 days post-op. So we'll see how things go. But I'm underneath this wonderful sweater that I got last year for Christmas from my brother-in-law, who is Michael or Brian Dro's brother, older brother. He gave this to me for Christmas, and I love it. And my brace is underneath it. John Hartman, welcome, sir. Welcome. All right, folks, let's get into it. Those who are listening to this are going to wonder when I'm ever going to get started. As always, I delay the beginning. Here we go. Redacted for public release. Office of the Inspector General, U.S. Department of Justice. Oh, let me quickly introduce the Rogues Gallery. I'm sorry. On our left, upper left, we have the inimitable Carter Page, man who has been dragged through the mud through this whole thing by the Democrats and their lackeys in the press. Below him, and I mean that in every sense of the word, is James Comey, the man who was in charge of Crossfire Hurricane, the beginning investigation into Trump's quote-unquote Russia ties. And the holding up the totem pole here is our star of the day, Michael Horowitz, the DOJ IG. Okay. Review of 4 FISA applications and other aspects of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Redacted for public release. Okay, we'll start with the executive summary. Review of 4 FISA applications and other aspects of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Background. The Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, undertook this review to examine certain actions by the FBI and the department during an FBI investigation opened on July 31, 2016, known as Crossfire Hurricane, into whether individuals associated with the Donald J. Trump for President campaign were coordinating, wittingly or unwittingly, with the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, which Obama said wasn't happening. Our review included examining, bullet point, the decision to open Crossfire Hurricane and 4 individual cases on current and former members of the Trump campaign, George Papadopoulos, Carter Page, Paul Manafort, and Michael Flynn, the early investigative steps taken, and whether the openings and early steps complied with department and FBI policies. Bullet point, the FBI's relationship with Christopher Steele, nice voice crack, whom the FBI considered to be a confidential human source, its receipt, use, and evaluation of election reports from Steele, and its decision to close Steele as an FBI CHS. Bullet point. 4 FBI applications filed with the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court in 2016 and 2017 to conduct Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act surveillance targeting Carter Page, and whether these applications complied with the department and FBI policies and satisfied the government's obligations to the FISA court. Next, the interactions of Department Attorney Bruce Orr with Steele, the FBI, Glenn Simpson of Fusion GPS, and the State Department, whether work Orr's spouse performed for Fusion GPS implicated ethical rules applicable to Orr and Orr's interactions with department attorneys regarding the Manafort criminal case, and the FBI's use of undercover employees, UCEs, and CHSs other than Steele in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, whether the FBI placed any CHSs within the Trump campaign or tasked any CHSs to report on the Trump campaign, whether the use of CHSs and UCEs complied with department and FBI policies, and the attendance of a Crossfire Hurricane supervisory agent at counterintelligence briefings given to the 2016 presidential candidates and certain campaign advisors. I'm looking forward to that last one. I think that's going to be the best part. All right, continuing. OIG methodology. The OIG examined more than 1 million documents that were in the department's and FBI's possession and conducted over 170 interviews involving more than 100 witnesses. These witnesses included former FBI Director Comey, former Attorney General Loretta Lynch, former Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, former DAG Rod Rosenstein, former acting AG and acting DAG and current FBI General Counsel Dana Bente, the only person involved in all this that I can think of that still has their job, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, former FBI General Counsel James Baker, and Department Attorney Bruce Orr and his wife. That's right, Bruce is a civil servant, so kind of hard to blast him out. The OIG also interviewed Christopher Steele and current and former employees of other U.S. government agencies. 2 witnesses, Glenn Simpson and Jonathan Weiner, a former Department of State official, declined our request for voluntary interviews, and we were unable to compel their testimony. There is another shortcoming of inspector generals. They cannot compel testimony. Durham, on the other hand, can can drag these suckers into a grand jury. They can plead the fifth. That's their right. And if they do so, you cannot infer from that they are hiding any guilt. It's not the way it works. Normally, people say it doesn't look good. I understand that, but legally, you can't infer any nefarious implications just because they pleaded fifth. I want to make that clear, because that's going to happen, I bet. Continuing. We were given broad access to relevant materials by the Department and the FBI. In addition, we reviewed relevant information that other U.S. government agencies provided the FBI in the course of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. However, because the activities of other agencies are outside our jurisdiction, we did not seek to obtain records from them that the FBI never received or reviewed, except for a limited amount of State Department records relating to steel. We also did not seek to assess any actions other agencies may have taken. There you go. What we were just talking about. He can't know what the intelligence agencies really did, because he can't look into them. So he has to rely on what they've told the FBI and make his conjectures from there. Durham doesn't have that same limitation. Continuing. Additionally, our review did not independently seek to determine whether corroboration existed for the Steele election reporting. Rather, our review was focused on information that was available to the FBI concerning Steele's reports prior to and during the pendency of the Carter Page FISA authority. Our role in this review was not to second-guess discretionary judgments by department personnel about whether to open an investigation or specific judgment calls made during the course of an investigation. That's exactly from the conclusion of the mid-year exam report, you may remember. Where those decisions complied with or were authorized by the department rules, policies, or procedures. We do not criticize particular decisions merely because we might have recommended a different investigative strategy or tactic based on the facts learned during our investigation. The question we considered was not whether a particular investigative decision was ideal or could have been handled more effectively, but rather whether the department and the FBI complied with applicable legal requirements, policies, and procedures in taking the actions we reviewed, or alternatively, whether the circumstances surrounding the decision indicated that it was based on inaccurate or incomplete information or considerations other than the merits of the investigation. If the explanations we were given for a particular decision were consistent with legal requirements, policies, procedures, and not unreasonable, we did not conclude that the decision was based on improper considerations in the absence of documentary or testimonial evidence to the contrary. What if they lied? What if they all had all this time to get their stories straight and they lied? Okay, here we go. We're getting to the meat of it. The opening of Crossfire Hurricane and 4 related investigations and early investigative steps. Let me just say right here, the July 31st, 2016 date's going to come up, I guarantee it. And we all know, if you've read any of the books on this subject, Greg Jarrett, George Papadopoulos, Dan Bongino, none of them agree that July 31st is the actual date of the opening of the investigation. It's the official date. It's when it was put on paper over the weekend, believe it or not. Opening an investigation on a weekend is very, very rare. But it began well before that, because Misfud went after Papadopoulos in March of 2016. How could the investigation not have gotten started until July, when Papadopoulos was already being approached by an obvious hostile agent in March? No, and let's not discount Flynn either. No, I'm sorry, that was in late 16. Excuse me. All right, back to the text. The opening of Crossfire Hurricane in 4 individual cases. As we describe in Chapter 3, the FBI opened Crossfire Hurricane on July 31, 2016, just days after its receipt of information from a friendly foreign government, FFG, reporting that in May 2016, so 2 months, during a meeting with the FFG, then Trump campaign foreign policy advisor George Papadopoulos, quote, suggested the Trump team had received some kind of suggestion from Russia that it could assist this process with the anonymous release of information during the campaign that would be damaging to Mrs. Clinton and President Obama, close quote. That's thin gruel, folks. You're telling me they launched an entire investigation because someone said they heard that the Russians had Hillary's emails? That's it. Okay, continuing. The FBI electronic communication opening the Crossfire Hurricane investigation stated that, based on the FFG information, quote, this investigation is being opened to determine whether individuals associated with the Trump campaign are witting of and or coordinating activities with the government of Russia, close quote. We did not find information in FBI or Department EC's emails or other documents or through witness testimony indicating that any information other than the FFG information was relied upon to predicate the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Although not mentioned in the EC at the time, FBI officials involved in opening the investigation had reason to believe that Russia may have been connected to the WikiLeaks disclosures that occurred earlier in July 2016 and were aware of information regarding Russia's efforts to interfere with the 2016 U.S. elections. These officials, though, did not become aware of Steele's election reporting until weeks later, and we therefore determined that Steele's reports played no role in the Crossfire Hurricane opening. Okay, let's back up a little bit. I believe it's in Greg Jarrett's book, Witch Hunt. The Steele reports, loosely collected into what they called memos. I believe there's something like 17 of them, 27 of them, somewhere in there. I'm going to read that into the record sometime soon, by the way. But that wasn't the beginning of the reporting on Russia and Trump. Fusion GPS was putting out reports before that, and were leaking them to the press. And they were getting to the FBI. When Steele came in, and you look at the evolution between those early reports from Fusion GPS, which were most definitely written by Nellie Orr and Glenn Simpson, you look at those, and then you look at the Steele version, and the Steele version is basically a fanciful expansion upon the seed of the Fusion GPS report. For instance, the report from Fusion that when Trump was in Russia, he seemed to be just as, if not more, interested in having a pretty girl on his arm than in conducting business. That report became Steele's assertion that Trump had hired Russian prostitutes to perform an unsanitary act on a bed while he went into the bathroom and screamed a very milquetoast racial slur. So again, just pure conjecture. There was never any proof of that. Oh yeah, and that Russia had tapes of all that. So they had compromise on, as Adam Schiff likes to say, compromise on Trump. So that's That's where a lot of this came from. It's just steel just blew that stuff up into a fever dream. Continuing. The FBI assembled a headquarters-based investigative team of special agents, analysts, and supervisory special agents, referred to throughout this report as the Crossfire Hurricane Team, who conducted an initial analysis of links between Trump campaign members and Russia. Based upon this analysis, the Crossfire Hurricane Team opened individual cases in August 2016 on 4 U.S. persons: Papadopoulos, Carter Page, Paul Manafort, and Michael Flynn, all of whom were affiliated with the Trump campaign at the time the cases were opened. Again, you read Greg Jarrett's book, and you will see how all of these are setups. Every one of those investigations into those guys were because of setups by Halper or Miss Hood or other CHSs through the FBI or Five Eyes intelligence sources. Continuing. As detailed in Chapter 2, the Attorney General's Guidelines for Domestic Operations, AG Guidelines, and the FBI's Domestic Investigations Operation Guide, DIOJ, both require that FBI investigations be undertaken for an, quote, authorized purpose, unquote, that is, quote, to detect, obtain information about, or prevent or protect against federal crimes or threats to the national security, or to collect foreign intelligence, close quote. Excuse me. All this time I haven't been on the air, and the one day I get on, I've got a terribly sore throat. It's not a cold or anything. It's just something that was going on over the weekend. Don't worry about it. I got lots of tea and honey. Continuing. Additionally, both the AG guidelines and the DIOG permit the FBI to conduct an investigation, even if it might impact First Amendment or other constitutionally protected activity, so long as there is some legitimate law enforcement purpose associated with the investigation. In addition to requiring an authorized purpose, FBI investigations must have adequate factual predication before being initiated. The predication requirement is not a legal requirement, but rather a prudential one imposed by the Department and FBI policy. I didn't know the Woods file wasn't a legal requirement. That's ridiculous. What's the line from Pirates of the Caribbean? Not so much a rule as it is a guideline. Continuing. The DIOG provides for 2 types of investigations: preliminary investigations and full investigations. A preliminary investigation may be opened based upon, quote, any allegation or information, close quote, indicative of possible criminal activity or threats to the national security. A full investigation may be opened based upon an, quote, articulable factual basis, close quote, that, quote, reasonably indicates, close quote, any one of 3 defined circumstances exists, including an activity constituting a federal crime or a threat to the national security has or may have occurred, is or may be occurring, or will or may occur, and the investigation may obtain information relating to the activity or the involvement or role of an individual, group, or organization in such activity. Excuse me, just a moment. I have to yell out at Picasso Knows. I'll be right with you. There we go. Continuing. In full investigations, such as Crossfire Hurricane, all lawful investigative methods are allowed. In preliminary investigations, all lawful investigative methods, including the use of CHSs and UCEs, are permitted except for mail opening, physical searches requiring a search warrant, electronic surveillance requiring a judicial order or warrant, Title III wiretap or a FISA order, or requests under Title VII of FISA. An investigation opened as a preliminary investigation may be converted subsequently to a full investigation if information becomes available that meets the predication standard. As we describe in the report, all of the investigative actions taken by the Crossfire Hurricane team from the date the case was opened on July 31 until October 21, the date of the first FISA order, would have been permitted whether the case was opened as a preliminary or full investigation. The AG guidelines and the DIOG do not provide heightened predication standards for sensitive matters or allegations potentially impacting constitutionally protected activity, such as First Amendment rights. Excuse me. Rather, the approval and notification requirements contained in the AG guidelines and the DIOG are, in part, intended to provide the means by which such concerns can be considered by senior officials. However, we were concerned to find that neither the AG guidelines nor the DIOG contain a provision requiring department consultation before opening an investigation, such as the one here involving the alleged conduct of individuals associated with a major party presidential campaign. That's important. This is one of the things that Trump has been saying all along. Oh, hey, Laura, welcome. Sorry I missed you earlier. I'm really glad you're here. Hope you're feeling well. And happy Hanukkah. I don't know if it started yet or not, but I wanted to get it in early just in case. This right here about neither the AG guidelines nor the DIOG contain a provision requiring department consultation before opening an investigation. With individuals associated with a major party presidential campaign. This is one of the things that the Republicans and especially Trump have been saying all along. They want this report to find ways to keep this from happening again. And this is obviously going to come up in the recommendation section later on. Hopefully it will have some teeth to it. Continuing. Crossfire Hurricane was opened as a full investigation, and all of the senior FBI officials who participated in discussions about whether to open a case told us the information warranted opening it. Well, surprise, surprise. For example, then Counterintelligence Division Assistant Director E.W. Bill Priestap, who approved the case opening, told us that the combination of the FFG information in the FBI's ongoing cyber intrusion investigation of the July 2016 hacks to the Democratic National Committee's emails was not a hack. It was a theft. It was a local theft. I'm tired of people constantly spouting this nonsense that it was a hack by the Russians. There's no proof of that. Even the intelligence community's reports, there's, I think the only one that goes out on a limb is highly confident. The rest of them are moderate confident. And remember, the FBI never, ever saw the DNC server. They had to go by a third-party recommendation about what happened, and CrowdStrike had every reason to blame it on the Russians instead of blaming it on a local hack. If you blame it on a local hack, then the Democratic Party looks even worse than it already does in 2016. But if you blame it on the Russians, then you can tie it into Trump. Simple as that. Continuing, back up a little bit. The July 2016 hacks of the Democratic National Committee's emails created a counterintelligence concern that the FBI was, quote-unquote, obligated to investigate. Priestap stated that he considered whether the FBI should conduct defensive briefings for the Trump campaign, but ultimately decided, get this, folks, that providing such briefings created the risk that, quote, if someone on the campaign was engaged with the Russians, she would very likely change her tactics and or otherwise seek to cover up her activities, thereby preventing us from finding the truth. Hillary got a defensive briefing, and her server had been hacked by China and Russia, most likely. We know China did it. Her private server, her bathroom server. So she got a defensive briefing. Other Democratic, other presidential campaigns in the past have gotten defensive briefings. But instead of warning Trump, hey, you've got some bad apples in your organization, we're investigating them, so keep it tight. Don't let anybody know, but watch out for anything that you might see and let us know about it. They decided to just let it run and see what happens. Does that sound like Fast and Furious to anyone? Let's sell all these guns to Mexico, to the cartels, and then see what happens. Give me a break. Continuing. We did not identify any department or FBI policy that applied to this decision, and therefore determined that the decision was a judgment call that department and FBI policy leaves to the discretion of FBI officials. Well, I think that needs to be changed. Continuing. We also concluded that, under the AG guidelines and the DIOG, the FBI had an authorized purpose when it opened Crossfire Hurricane to obtain information about or protect against a national security threat or federal crime, even though the investigation also had the potential to impact constitutionally protected activity. Additionally, given the low threshold for predication in the AG guidelines and the DIOG, we concluded that the FFG information provided by a government the United States intelligence community deems trustworthy, and describing a first-hand account from an FFG employee of a conversation with Papadopoulos, one with no backup whatsoever, merely taking the word of Downer, and that's who we're talking about here. The FFG is Alexander Downer, the High Commissioner or Chief Diplomat from Australia to the UK, a confirmed Clinton Foundation donor and organizer for Clinton Foundation donations, and someone who was very much in the bag for Hillary all along. Let me adjust this a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, there's no conflict there whatsoever. No reason to make up a story to further Hillary's Russian bromance narrative. None whatsoever. Account from an FFG employee of a conversation with Papadopoulos was sufficient to predicate the investigation. This information provided the FBI with an articulable factual basis that, if true, reasonably indicated activity constituting either a federal crime or a threat to national security, or both, may have occurred or may be occurring. What federal crime is it to hear a rumor? Seriously, it's a federal crime to hear a rumor and to tell someone else that rumor. Now, the national security, I don't know. It's not against the law to get dirt against your opponent from a foreign government. If it was, Hillary'd be in jail right now, twice, for the Steele dossier and for the Ukraine meddling. It seems like the FBI double standard still lives long and hard, and I guess we shouldn't be that surprised. Continuing. For similar reasons, as we detail in Chapter 3, we concluded that the quantum of information articulated by the FBI to open the individual investigations on Papadopoulos, Page, Flynn, and Manafort in August 2016 was sufficient to satisfy the low threshold established by the department and the FBI. Low threshold, again, to spy on a presidential campaign without telling them that you believe there is nefarious activity going on, without giving them the benefit of a defensive briefing. So that low bar needs to be changed, and changed significantly. Now let's just take a quick look here. Papadopoulos. Okay, we know why they opened the investigation, even though we know it started in March of 2016. And I still believe there was a FISA on Papadopoulos before then that IG Horowitz may not have even known about for reasons that I've explained before. Page, there's no reason to open a FISA on Page. Flynn, why would Michael Flynn be being investigated in August of 2016 when the crime he was convicted of, that he pled guilty to, and that he is now rightfully trying to change that plea because of great deals of information that are being dug up by his lawyer, who is a brilliant writer. Read her book, what was it? Justice Denied, I believe is the name of the book. It's about Weissman and Mueller back in the day. But Flynn hadn't done anything wrong yet, except Misford and Halper, I don't remember which, one of the two, had set him up in a couple of meetings, dinners, I should say. And they cropped a photo of him sitting next to Putin at an anniversary dinner for RT, Russian television, that Flynn was invited to. So since he sat next to Putin, he's obviously a Russian agent. They also made up a story that Flynn was having an affair with a Russian-born English citizen named Svetlana. My mouth's dry. Sorry. Svetlana Lukova, which is a complete fabrication. There was never any such thing that happened. Lukova's reputation as an academic was thrown completely under the bus by her longtime professor and mentor, guy whose last name is Andrew. Disgusting. They used her specifically to appear to be a honeypot who had entrapped Flynn, when that was not the case at all. It was a complete fabrication. But that's why they opened up the investigation to Flynn. And Manafort, in August of 2016, that's when the Black Ledger was being supplied to. I'm sorry, the Black Ledger came later, but Alexander Chalupa had been digging into Manafort before he became part of the Trump campaign, and she had been going to the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. to dig up dirt from Manafort because he had done a lot of dealings with Ukrainian politicians. So she had dirt on him. Maybe. There were allegations, and she was feeding those to the press and to the DNC. She was a directly paid operative of the DNC. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We read that Politico story during the John Solomon event, which is one of my most watched videos, by the way. And we know for a fact what she did. So the press has been lying about it for weeks now. So anyway, so there's your rogues gallery of FBI investigations and how absolutely bullshit the predicate for those investigations were. Continuing. As part of our review, we also sought to determine whether there was evidence that political bias or other improper considerations affected decision-making in Crossfire Hurricane, including the decision to open the investigation. We discussed the issue of political bias in a prior OIG report, review of various actions in advance of the 2016 election, where we described text and instant messages between then Special Counsel to the Deputy Director Lisa Page and then Section Chief Peter Strzok, among others, that included statements of hostility towards then-candidate Trump and statements of support for then-candidate Hillary Clinton. I missed that report. Put a bookmark on that. Continuing. In this review, we found that while Lisa Page attended some of the discussions regarding the opening of the investigations, she did not play a role in the decision to open Crossfire Hurricane or the 4 individual cases. We further found that while Strzok was directly involved in the decisions to open Crossfire Hurricane and the 4 individual cases, he actually was the person who opened Crossfire Hurricane, went into the office on the weekend and started the paperwork and made it as we remember from our closed-door Judiciary and Intelligence Committee transcripts, that it was known as a headquarters special, which was not a term used in the FBI. It was basically a one-off used to describe what the Comey cabal was doing during Crossfire Hurricane. Because remember, normally these kind of investigations would have been sent to a field office. There you would have had the personnel and the infrastructure to handle the investigation properly, with oversight from headquarters. Instead, headquarters ran it and grabbed agents from the D.C. field office. I don't remember if there are others that were used or not, but I know D.C. for a fact, and ran the investigation that way. So with basically no oversight. They were their own watchdogs. See what Horowitz says about that. Uncle Bobbity says, field office. I like that. Very good. Very good. That's what you're here for, Uncle Bobbity. That kind of insight. Razor sharp. My man. Continuing. Actually, I lost my place. Let me see here. Down a little further. Okay. We further found that while Strzok was directly involved in the decisions to open Crossfire Hurricane and the 4 individual cases, he was not the sole or even the highest level decision maker as to any of those matters. Now, what they said, as noted above, then CDAD pre-step, Strzok's supervisor, was the official who ultimately made the decision to open the investigation. And notice pre-step doesn't work at the FBI anymore. Gee, I wonder why. And evidence reflected that this decision by pre-step was reached by consensus after multiple days of discussions and meetings that included Strzok and other leadership in CD, the FBI Deputy Director, the FBI General Counsel, and a FBI Deputy General Counsel. We concluded that pre-step's exercise of discretion in opening the investigation was in compliance with Department and FBI policies, and we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced his decision. We similarly found that while the formal documentation opening each of the 4 individual investigations was approved by Strzok as required by the DIOG, the decisions to do so were reached by consensus among the Crossfire Hurricane agents and analysts who identified individuals associated with the Trump campaign who had recently traveled to Russia or had other alleged ties to Russia. Traveling to Russia is suspicious now. Or then, anyway. Obama tells Putin, or Medvedev, tell Putin I'll have more flexibility after the election. Hillary takes Russia, a button, a literal red button that's supposed to say reset on it, but it actually was mistranslated. I can't remember what the word was that it actually said. It escapes me. I apologize. In order to reset relations with Russia while she's Secretary of State, Russia invades Ukraine, takes over Crimea. Obama and NATO do nothing. I know Ukraine isn't a NATO partner, but Ukraine is a buffer to Europe. And to allow Russia to have a foothold in Ukraine is dangerous. And at the same time that Obama is saying, don't do that, Putin, and Putin does it, and then Obama does nothing, the Ukraine is begging for lethal aid to fight back the Russians, and Obama refuses. Even while Congress, at least certain members of Congress, are demanding that he send lethal aid to Russia. That he send lethal aid to Ukraine. Obama completely demurs and sends them MREs, night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, or ballistic vests, I should say. No such thing as a bulletproof vest. And other sundry items that are in storage, that are in warehouses. Nothing that would actually make them able to defend themselves lethally against the attacking Russians. Yeah, when Trump delays one Javelin purchase after already committing to 3 previous ones, was it 2 previous ones? At least 2. Trump is getting impeached. So full circle, folks. Full circle. Continuing. Pre-Step was involved in these decisions. We did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced the decisions to open the 4 individual investigations. Oh, I can't wait to see the rest of that. Sensitive investigative matter designation. The Crossfire Hurricane investigation was properly designated as a quote, sensitive investigative matter, unquote, or SIM, by the FBI because it involved the activities of a domestic political organization or individuals prominent in such an organization. You cannot call Papadopoulos and Carter Page prominent in the Trump campaign. You can't. Page quit before the first FISA was even attempted on him in September. He knew the heat that he was getting about Russia connections, even though he had helped the FBI snare 3 Russian agents in New York City and convict them of espionage in 2015. He went to Russia, so now he's a Russian agent. Papadopoulos heard the word Russia email, or the words Russia and emails and Clinton, so now he's a Russian agent. Flynn had dinner, has a picture taken next to Putin. By the way, that picture, whenever it was displayed, was always cropped to just show him and Putin. When you see the real picture, it's like 5 or 6 people sitting around this table, maybe 8. And Flynn just happens to be sat next to Putin. Wow. This just smells. This just smells. Like we're very early into this, so don't get discouraged. I think there's going to be some real fire coming later on. But again, Horowitz is operating with one hand tied behind, with one hand tied behind his back and the other glued to his face. He can't investigate all the avenues of this process that he needs to, and He can't compel testimony. Glenn Simpson is key to this entire process. Yet he was able to tell him to go pound sand and get away with it. Let's see. Let me get back to where I was. I may be repeating myself. Please forgive me. The DIOG requires that SIMs be reviewed in advance by the FBI Office of the General Counsel, OGC, and approved by the appropriate FBI headquarters operational section chief, and that a, quote, appropriate National Security Division official, close quote, receive notification after the case has been opened. We concluded that the FBI satisfied the DIOG's approval and notification requirements for SIMs. As we describe in Chapter 3, the Crossfire Hurricane opening was reviewed by an OGC unit chief and approved by AG Priestap, 2 levels above section chief. The team also orally briefed National Security Division NSD officials within the first few days of the investigations being initiated. We were concerned, however, that department and FBI policies do not require that a senior department official be notified prior to the opening of a particularly sensitive case, such as this one, nor do they place any additional requirements for SIMs beyond the approval and notification requirements at the time of opening, and therefore we include a recommendation to address this issue. Good. Excuse me. Now, would this have helped at the time? There were still a lot of Obama loyalists at the DOJ. So it depends on how high up this would have had to have gone. Continuing. Early investigative steps and adherence to the least intrusive method. The AG guidelines and the DIOG require that the quote-unquote least intrusive means or methods be quote-unquote considered when selecting investigative techniques and, quote, if reasonable, based upon the circumstances of the investigation, close quote, be used to obtain information instead of a more intrusive method. The DIOG states that the degree of procedural protection the law and the Department and FBI policy provide for the use of a particular investigative method helps to determine its intrusiveness. As described in Chapter 3, immediately after opening the investigation, the Crossfire Hurricane team submitted name trace requests to other U.S. government agencies and a foreign intelligence agency and conducted law enforcement database and open source searches to identify individuals associated with the Trump campaign in a position to have received the alleged offer of assistance from Russia. And again, alleged. There is strong evidence by Strzok that Downer recorded their conversation at that wine bar, and Papadopoulos denies ever being drunk at that discussion, and that he is positive that Downer was recording him with his phone while they were talking. One of Papadopoulos's possible remedies for his conviction is that the FBI withheld Baker information, exculpatory information, specifically the recording of that conversation. There is every indication that it exists or it was destroyed, and the FBI is going to have to answer for that someday, hopefully in open court. Let's see here. Completely lost my place. I'm sorry. It's really going to take me a second to find this. I can, if anyone can put in the chat, Foxfly23, welcome. Welcome to the show. Really happy you're here. Glad you found us. Let's see. Okay, we saw that. Least intrusive. Okay, down here. The DIOG states that the degree of procedural protection the law and department and FBI policy provide for the use of a particular investigative method helps to determine its intrusiveness. As described in Chapter 3, immediately after opening the investigation, the Crossfire Hurricane team submitted name trace requests to other U.S. government agencies and a foreign intelligence agency and conducted law enforcement database and open source searches to identify individuals associated with the Trump campaign. Oh, here, yeah, I am reading over again. I'll just finish that. In a position to have received the alleged offer of assistance from Russia. Sorry about that. The FBI also sent Strzok and a supervisory special agent, SSA, abroad to interview the source of the information the FBI received from the FFG and also searched the FBI's database of CHSs to identify sources who potentially could provide information about connections between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and Russia. Each of these steps is authorized under the DIOG and was a less intrusive investigative technique. Something to consider here, this basically ties into it. Dan Bongino has pointed this out several times. I think it's quite possibly the best explanation for what happened early on. Joseph Misfud was a CIA-run source, and the FBI did not know that. The CIA did not tell them they were running a source in the Trump campaign, and that may be explained by later on. You may remember that the FBI asked Papadopoulos at one point to wear a wire and have another meeting with Misfud. Papadopoulos very smartly and rightly told them to go to hell. Now you have to ask yourself a question. Why would the FBI want to secretly record one of their own sources? Well, what if they didn't know that Misfud was a source for somebody else? Bongino's a genius. Continuing. Thereafter, the Crossfire Hurricane team used more intrusive techniques, including CHSs, to interact and consensually record multiple conversations with Page and Papadopoulos. Consensually? I know for a fact no one asked Papadopoulos if he could be recorded. Page, I can't say. I'm not familiar with that. Continuing. Record multiple conversations with Page and Papadopoulos, both before and after they were working for the Trump campaign, as well as on one occasion with a high-level Trump campaign official who was not a subject of the investigation. We found that, under Department and FBI policy, although the CHS activity implicated First Amendment protected activity, the operations were permitted because their use was not for the sole purpose of monitoring activities protected by the First Amendment or the lawful exercise of other rights secured by the Constitution or laws of the United States. Additionally, we found that under FBI policy, the use of a CHS to conduct consensual monitoring is a matter of investigative judgment that, absent certain circumstances, can be authorized by a first-line supervisor, an SSA. We determined that the CHS operations conducted during Crossfire Hurricane received the necessary FBI approvals, and that, while AD Priestap knew about and approved of all of the operations, review beyond a first-level FBI supervisor was not required by department or FBI policy, something else that definitely needs to be changed. That's ridiculous. Again, the FBI seems to operate under a very low bar for such investigations. I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to do them at all. That we do have a need in this country to be protected, and though I think the surveillance state has gone too far, I think the NSA has way too much authority, and you can tell that they don't even know what they're doing because of all the data they collected that they had to throw away because there was no humanly possible way to sort through it all to search for any records that would have been of use. But that's the latitude they were given from the beginning, that things need to be changed. And that's one of the reasons Flynn was such a target, because it was his decided and purposeful goal to trash the current intelligence community setup, make it much more lean and much more responsive to military intelligence, which is their primary goal, because he saw in the field how often they would get good intel on the ground, but they would have to pass it through the chain into Washington before they could do anything about it, and more often than not, it would either get lost or it would be misinterpreted, or by the time it got to them, it was no longer viable for use, for strategic or tactical use. So Flynn wanted to change all that, which means people like Clapper and Brennan were in danger of watching their beautiful fiefdoms be torched to the ground. And as we all know, the deep state may be quiet and lethargic. When it's threatened, it's a cobra with a bad attitude. And that's what happened to Flynn, in my opinion. Continuing. We found it concerning that Department and FBI policy did not require the FBI to consult with any department official in advance of conducting CHS operations involving advisors to a major party candidate's presidential campaign, and we found no evidence that the FBI consulted with any department officials before conducting these CHS operations. As we describe in Chapter 2, consultation at a minimum is required by department and FBI policies in numerous other sensitive circumstances, and we include a recommendation to address this issue. So again, we're trying to make sure this doesn't happen again. At least Horowitz is identifying areas that the FBI was basically given too much latitude to do what it wanted to do, and they need to be reined in. So he's not completely in the bag for the deep state, folks. He is seeing areas that need to be definitely need to be beefed up. And we're only on page 4 of the summary. Shortly after the opening of the Carter Page investigation in August 2016, the Crossfire Hurricane team discussed the possible use of FISA-authorized electronic surveillance targeting Page, which is among the most sensitive and intrusive investigative techniques. As we describe in Chapter 5, the FBI ultimately did not seek a FISA order at that time because OGC, NSD's Office of Intelligence, OI, or both determined that more information was needed to support probable cause that Page was an agent of a foreign power. And what reason did they have to suspect Page was an agent of a foreign power? Because he went to Russia, gave a couple speeches, and was falsely accused under the table of being given an opportunity to facilitate the sale of nearly 20% of Russia's major energy company, Gazprom, 20% of their stock. I think it was around like 16, 18%, which would have netted him tens of millions of dollars in exchange for relaxing sanctions on Russia. Totally false. The offer on its face is insane. Why would you give Carter Page, who was not a senior advisor, and who no one even knew would have any kind of a role in the White House? Remember, the Trump foreign policy team was thrown together at the last minute. The press kept asking Trump, what about his foreign policy team? He didn't have one. Remember, the Trump campaign was very disorganized at the beginning. And Trump basically said, get me some guys. I mean, that's how Papadopoulos wound up on there. He had written some papers about a natural gas field in the Adriatic, and was a pretty good, was a fairly rounded expert when it came to energy situations in Greece and Israel and Turkey in that area. But he was like 28, you know? Not necessarily the kind of guy you'd pick as an advisor for a presidential campaign. Not saying he's not a good guy, not saying he's not a smart guy, but normally you're looking for somebody a bit longer in the tooth to advise you on foreign policy. Okay, continuing. However, immediately after the Crossfire Hurricane team received Steele's election reporting on September 19, again, we know that's much of a later date than they really did, the team reinitiated their discussions with OI and their efforts to obtain FISA surveillance authority for Page, which they received from the FISC on October 21. Page was it? Because now I don't see it being mentioned here that they tried to get a FISA on Page earlier than late October. I believe it was in September, and the FISC shot them down, and they had to beef up their application to get it in. And if I'm not mistaken, they decided to throw in the dossier, which they knew had no proven facts in it. But they pushed it through anyway. Horowitz doesn't mention that. Maybe it's in Chapter 5. He makes that detail. Continuing. The decision to seek to use this highly intrusive investigative technique was known and approved at multiple levels of the department, including by then DAG Yates, go figure, for the initial FISA application and first renewal, and then by acting Attorney General Bente and then DAG Rosenstein for the second and third renewals, respectively. However, as we explain later, and again, all of these people have reasons to do what they can to shoot Trump politically in the head. I know that's a very graphic way to put it, but it's what came to me at the time. All of them had reason to do whatever they could to stop Trump from having an effective presidency, or being president at all, formally. So this is not a group of people with impeccable consciences. Another word I wanted, but I can't think of it. So anyway, Yates, Rosenstein. However, to continue, as we explain later, the Crossfire Hurricane team failed to inform department officials of significant information that was available to the team at the time that the FISA applications were drafted and filed. Much of that information was inconsistent with or undercut the assertions contained in the FISA applications that were used to support probable cause and, in some instances, resulted in inaccurate information being included in the applications. I think inaccurate is a very, very deep euphemism. Continuing. While we do not speculate whether department officials would have authorized the FBI to seek to use FISA authority had they been made aware of all relevant information, it was clearly the responsibility of Crossfire Hurricane team members to advise them of such critical information so that they could make a fully informed decision. Can't wait till we get to that chapter. Oh, we got our first redaction. The FBI's relationship with Christopher Steele and its receipt and evaluation of his election reporting before the first FISA application. As we describe in Chapter 4, Steele is a former intelligence officer, redacted, who in 2009 formed a consulting firm specializing in corporate intelligence and investigative services. I'll bet this redaction describes his work with MI6 as their Russia desk head after he was chased out of Russia as a agent when his cover was blown. I bet something along those lines is in that redaction. Continuing. In 2010, Steele was introduced by Orr to an FBI agent and for several years provided information to the FBI about various matters such as corruption in the International Federation of Association Football. By the way, I think it's Greg Jarrett's book, Witch Hunt, has a very, very interesting description of Steele's work on the FIFA case and the British government's characterizations of that work. He did have a fairly decent role in helping the case get going. I'm not saying he was completely useless, but his investigation itself was very suspect. So again, read Greg's book, Witch Hunt. Continuing, Steele also provided the FBI agent with reporting about Russian oligarchs. Excuse me. In 2013, the FBI completed the paperwork allowing the FBI to designate Steele as a CHS. However, as described in Chapter 4, we found that the FBI and Steele held significantly differing views about the nature of their relationship. Steele's handling agent viewed Steele as a former intelligence officer, colleague, and FBI CHS with obligations to the FBI. Steele, on the other hand, told us that he was a business person whose firm, not Steele, had a contractual agreement with the FBI and whose obligations were to his paying clients, not the FBI. In fact, there's information that Steele was using information he garnered from his contacts at the FBI while he was a CHS and Department of Justice and State Department, and fed that information to his clients as a way, and got paid for that. So he was getting paid to be a CHS for the FBI, and the information he was gathering from them, he was selling to his clients. So he had a cozy little circular scheme going there. Continuing. We concluded that this disagreement affected the FBI's control over Steele during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, led to divergent expectations about Steele's conduct in connection with his election reporting, and ultimately resulted in the FBI formally closing Steele as a CHS in November 2016, although, as discussed below, the FBI continued its relationship with Steele through Orr. One way to look at this closing off of Steele as a source is the FBI cleaning up its dust trail before Hillary got elected. So if it ever came out at all, they could say, well, we cut him off before the election. We were done with him. And I bet they would not have extended Carter Page's FISAs beyond the first one if Hillary had won. So there's another thing that they could have gotten away with. Continuing. In June 2016, Steele and his consulting firm were hired by Fusion GPS, a Washington, D.C. investigative firm. A lot of good stuff in Greg's book about Fusion. Or is it Lee Smith's book about Nunes and his team? Might actually be about Nunes and his team. Lee Smith. Try to do a general search on Amazon between those two books. Lee Smith's book is oh gosh, what's it called? The Destruction of the President, something like that. The Lee Smith bestseller. You can find it on Amazon immediately. It's an incredible book. If you want to know anything about Devin Nunes, this is the book for you. Trust me. And Devin Nunes is a rock star in this entire thing, and he has been through hell. You think the fact that Schiff released some of his phone records was low down? Nothing compared to what they've been doing to him since he started digging into the FISA process on the Carter Page FISAs. Nothing compared to that. I'm sorry, compared to the other things that have happened before and will continue to happen. Let me start that paragraph over. In June 2016, Steele and his consulting firm were hired by Fusion GPS, a Washington, D.C. investigative firm, to obtain information about whether Russia was trying to achieve a particular outcome in the 2016 U.S. elections, what personal and business ties then candidate Trump had in Russia, and whether there were any ties between the Russian government and Trump or his campaign. Steele's work for Fusion GPS resulted in his producing numerous election-related reports, which have been referred to collectively as the Steele dossier, quote unquote. Steele himself was not the originating source of any of the factual information in his reporting. It's being very kind to the dossier to use the word factual. I think the only facts in that dossier was that Page met with Russians. Again, not illegal. Unless you're a Republican associated with Donald Trump, in which case the FBI is going to dig into your entire history, including electronic and financial. Thank God for thermoses. Continuing. Steele himself was not the originating source of any of the factual information in his reporting. Steele instead relied on a primary subsource for information who used her network of subsources to gather information that was then passed to Steele. Okay, so Steele wasn't the source. His primary subsource was the source of subsources. Was that fourth hand then? By the time it got to Fusion GPS? And again, remember, most of Steele's dossier is built upon what was described to me as the proto-dossiers that Fusion GPS created. And again, most likely Bruce Simpson and Nellie Orr. Continuing. With Fusion GPS's authorization, Steele directly provided more than a dozen of his reports to the FBI between July and October 2016, and several others to the FBI through Orr and other third parties. The Crossfire Hurricane team received the first 6 election reports on September 19, 2016, more than 2 months after Steele first gave his handling agent 2 of the 6 reports. We describe the reasons it took 2 months for the reports to reach the team in Chapter 4. The FBI's efforts to evaluate the Steele reporting. This ought to be good. Steele's handling agent told us that when Steele provided him with the first election reports, why are they calling them election reports? They had nothing to do with the election. They were accusations of well, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. They are election reports. They're talking about the Trump campaign, which is an election process. So, my mistake. My mistake. I just never seen it called that before. It was starting to grate on me. I'll back off. First election reports in July 2016 and described his engagement with Fusion GPS. It was obvious to him that the request for the research was politically motivated. The supervisory intelligence analyst who supervised the analytical efforts for the Crossfire Hurricane team, supervisory intel analyst, explained that he was also aware of the potential for political influences on the Steele reporting. The fact that the FBI believed Steele had been retained to conduct political opposition research did not require the FBI, under either DOJ or FBI policy, to ignore his reporting. The FBI regularly receives information from individuals with potentially significant biases and motivations, including drug traffickers, convicted felons, and even terrorists. The FBI is not required to set aside such information. Rather, FBI policy requires that it critically assess the information. We found that after receiving Steele's reporting, the Crossfire Hurricane team began those efforts in earnest. Jason Lord Surratt, my man, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. As all have said, too long. Wonderful to have you. Continuing. We determined that the FBI's decision to receive Steele's information for Crossfire Hurricane was based on multiple factors, including 1. Steele's prior work as an intelligence professional for, and there they go, for some reason, they're redacting the fact that he worked for MI6 on the Russian desk. I have no idea why. That is public information. It has been for, 2 years? At least? 2.5 years? That makes no sense. But, tra-la-la. It's the whole Five Eyes thing. The British government's trying to avoid being dragged into a controversy. So we're redacting the fact that he worked for them, so there's no unfair inference drawn. I like the fact that British intelligence more than likely helped set up Papadopoulos. Let's see. So in prior work, 2, his expertise on Russia. 3, his record as an FBI CHS. 4, the assessment of Steele's handling agent that Steele was reliable and had provided helpful information to the FBI in the past. And 5, the themes of Steele's reporting were consistent with the FBI's knowledge at the time of Russian efforts to interfere in the 2016 U.S. elections. Right. Prostitutes doing wet work is consistent with the FBI's knowledge of Russian efforts. Right. However, as we described later, as the FBI obtained additional information raising significant questions about the reliability of the Steele election reporting, the FBI failed to reassess the Steele reporting relied upon in the FISA applications and did not fully advise NSD or OI officials. We also found that the FBI did not aggressively seek to obtain certain potentially important information from Steele. For example, the FBI did not press Steele for information about the actual funding source for his election reporting work. Agents also did not question Steele about his role in a September 23, 2016 Yahoo News article entitled, quote, U.S. Intel Officials Probe Ties Between Trump Advisor and Kremlin, close quote, that described efforts by U.S. intelligence to determine whether Carter Page had opened communication channels with Kremlin officials. As we discussed in chapters 5 and 8, the FBI assessed in the Carter Page FISA applications without any support that Steele had not, quote-unquote, directly provided the information to Yahoo News. The FBI are idiots if they are saying that this was the first time they thought that maybe Steele was spreading confidential information to the press. Glenn Simpson was shopping Steele around to a number of media outlets during the summer of 16. There were leaks everywhere. And many newspapers ran basically the same story as another newspaper had published just a day or two before, with almost the exact same quotes. Maybe a word changed here or there, but it's basically the same article, re-reported, like you see them doing now, where CNN will come out with an article, and then someone like Vice or Yahoo, or maybe even Axios, which does some good work on occasion, but they'll just re-report the story and not even say CNN's sources are quoted as or anything like that. They'll just run the story as if it's straight fact. That's where your media has devolved into these days. So again, the FBI are pretending to be idiots that they didn't know Steele was talking to the press before then. Continuing, the first application for FISA authority on Carter Page. At the request of the FBI, the department filed 4 applications with the FISC seeking FISA authority targeting Carter Page. The first application on October redacted 2016. Again, we know these dates. They're from the Nunes memo. Anyway, the first application on October redacted 2016, and 3 renewal applications on January redacted, April redacted, and June redacted 2017. A different FISC judge considered each application and issued the requested orders, collectively resulting in approximately 11 months of FISA coverage targeting Carter Page from October redacted 2016 to September redacted 2017. We discussed the first FISA application in this section and in Chapter 5. How fortunate for the FBI that they got a different judge for every application. That you didn't have a continuity of oversight where the judge could say, you know, this all looks really familiar. I don't see a lot of new information in here that backs up your request for another renewal. Maybe you should do better and come back or let it go. Instead, they get a new judge every time who may not look at the previous documentation that thoroughly. Because remember, the FBI runs these FISA application procedures. The judges are there to check the boxes, but the FBI does all the filing, and there's no adversarial presentation in these findings or in these court proceedings. The person who the FISA warrant is being sought after or being aimed at has no representation. The court is relying on the FBI to do due diligence and show both the pros and the cons of the information it's providing on both its source and what the source is reporting. And I read early on that one of the things the FBI kept doing was saying Christopher Steele is a real stand-up guy. He's provided us great information in the past. And again, if you read Greg Jarrett's book, you'll see that that's not really the case. He used to work for MI6, so he's very trustworthy. That's not the standard. The standard is how trustworthy is the information you're getting from them. Because remember, as we just read, They can get information from all sorts of characters with real sharp axes to grind. And the FBI is not required to turn that aside. They're allowed to look at it and evaluate it and see if they can use it. But they were touting Steele's legitimacy, not the legitimacy of his information, which is totally backwards. And they got away with it. Continuing. Decision to seek FISA authority. We determined that the Crossfire Hurricane Team's receipt of Steele's election reporting on September 19, 2016, played a central and essential role in the FBI's and Department's decision to seek the FISA order. As noted above, when the team first sought to pursue a FISA order for Page in August 2016, a decision was made by OGC, OI, or both that more information was needed to support a probable cause finding that Page was an agent of a foreign power. Okay, there it is. August, not September, my mistake. So they file in August, they get turned down, they get the Steele dossier, or at least they decide to use the Steele dossier, or what parts they say they had at that time. And as Comey said, or I'm sorry, McCabe, I believe, said in testimony, no Steele dossier, no FISA on Carter Page. Excuse me, my damn iPad keeps going off. Every time I say something that sounds like Siri, she starts screaming. I'll be right back. Well, Siri just heard a couple naughty words. None she's never heard before, but I don't usually use them on her. Anyway, I don't like Siri. I think it's almost worthless. As noted above, when the team first sought to pursue a FISA order for Page in August 2016, a decision was made by OGC, OI, or both that more information was needed to support a probable cause finding that Page was an agent of a foreign power. As a result, FBI OGC ceased discussions with OI about a Page FISA order at that time. Okay, my mistake. They did not go to the court for with that information. It was determined before they went to the court that they didn't have enough. Okay, that was an assumption on my part that I've now been disabused of and am happy to know. See what happens when you read, folks. See what happens when you read. Continuing. On September 19, 2016, the same day the Crossfire Hurricane Team first received Steele's election reporting, the team contacted FBI OGC again about seeking a FISA order for Page and specifically focused on Steele's reporting in drafting the FISA request. Okay, so they had no time whatsoever and made no effort whatsoever to corroborate any of the information in Steele's reporting before going to the FISA court. They got it and went with it. And has been said often enough, the top of those FISA requests says verified. And they had no time, even if they wanted to make an effort to determine what was true and what was false, if any of either of those. They had no time. They just went with it. If that doesn't show a dereliction of duty and deserves somebody getting their genitals smacked into the dirt, I don't know what does. Continuing. 2 days later, on September 21, the FBI OGC unit chief contacted the NSD-OI unit chief to advise him that the FBI believed it was ready to submit a formal FISA request to OI relating to Page. Almost immediately thereafter, OI assigned an OI attorney, to begin preparation of the application. Although the team was also interested in seeking FISA surveillance targeting Papadopoulos, which is, again, I believe, there had already been one that somehow Horowitz didn't know about. I could be very wrong, but it just seems to me to be fairly obvious, because remember, Papadopoulos told the people at his firm, at the place he was working at in London, when he was picked up by the Trump team, and the very next day he meets the head of the entire place, who he'd never met before, and they say, "You've got to come to Rome with us." And then he's introduced to Misfud at the Link campus, an FBI and CIA training ground. How can you make that happen that fast unless you're already surveilling the guy? I'll read that again. Although the team was also interested in seeking FISA surveillance targeting Papadopoulos, the FBI OGC attorneys were not supportive. The FBI and NSD officials told us that the Crossfire Hurricane team ultimately did not seek FISA surveillance of Papadopoulos, and we are aware of no information indicating that the team requested or seriously considered FISA surveillance of Manafort or Flynn. Let's read that right there again. We are aware of no information. Not very comforting there, Horowitz. Continuing. We did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced the FBI's decision to seek FISA authority on Carter Page. Right. Again, just like in the mid-year exam, there was the appearance of bias, but there was no supporting facts to show that it influenced the investigation. But when you look at mid-year exam, like we have, it's laughable to think that wasn't the case. Absolutely laughable. But Horowitz goes by hard evidence, not by, what would I say, generally agreed upon inference. He's got rules to follow, so we have to cut him that slack. Preparation and review process, continuing. As we detail in Chapter 2, the FISC rules of procedure and FBI policy required that the Carter Page FISA applications contain all material facts. Although the FISC rules do not define or otherwise explain what constitutes a quote-unquote material fact, how could it not? It's a court. How could a court not have a definition of what a material fact is? Continuing. FBI policy guidance states that a fact is quote-unquote material if it is relevant to the court's probable cause determination. Well, there's no broad wiggle room right there, is there? Additionally, FBI policy mandates that the case agent ensure that all factual statements in a FISA application are, quote-unquote, scrupulously accurate. That's something, anyway. That's something. On or about September 23rd, continuing, the OI attorney began work on the FISA application. Over the next several weeks, the OI attorney prepared and edited a draft application using information principally provided by the FBI case agent assigned to the Carter Page investigation at the time, and, in a few instances, by an OGC attorney or other Crossfire Hurricane team members. The drafting process culminated in an application that asserted that the Russian government was attempting to undermine and influence the upcoming U.S. presidential election, and that the FBI believed Carter Page was acting in conjunction with the Russians in those efforts. The application's statement of facts supporting probable cause to believe Page was an agent of Russia was broken down into five main elements. All right, let's look at this. First, the evidence of Russia intelligence services, RIS, to influence the upcoming U.S. presidential election. Okay, that happens every 2 years. Second, the Russian government's attempted coordination with members of the Trump campaign based on the FFG information reporting the suggestion of assistance from the Russians to someone associated with the Trump campaign. Again, a suggestion of a rumor. Third, Page's historical connections to Russia and RIS. Page helped the FBI catch Russian spies. The other things that are historical were not illegal. They were completely above board. Now they're making unfair inferences because Russia is suddenly the enemy, even though the Obama administration was completely hands-off with them, except for the odd sanction during the entire administration, and in fact sought closer ties with them on a number of occasions. But since Carter Page knew Russians, he should be spied upon. 4. Page's alleged coordination with the Russian government on 2016 U.S. presidential election activities based on Steele's reporting. The only hard fact, quote-unquote hard fact, of Steele doing something untoward. And lastly, Page's statements to an FBI CHS in October 2016 that he had an quote-unquote open checkbook from certain Russians to fund a think tank project. Again, what's illegal with that? What is illegal with that? What is nefarious about Russians wanting to finance a Carter Page think tank? The only thing that is in here out of these 5 bullet points that has anything to do with the election is the alleged coordination based on the Steele reporting, the alleged coordination with Russia. None of those others are even nefarious. And they went to a FISA court with this. Now you know why McCabe said no Steele dossier, no FISA warrant on Carter Page. It's the only thing in this list that stands up as a red flag. To continue. Man, this is pissing me off. In addition, the statement of facts described Page's denials of coordination with the Russian government as reported in 2 news articles and asserted by Page in a September 25 letter to then FBI Director Comey. The application received the necessary department approvals and certifications as required by law. As we fully describe in Chapter 5, this application received more attention and scrutiny than a typical FISA application in terms of the additional layers of review and number of high-level officials who read the application before it was signed. Just because they read it doesn't mean it was accurate. These officials included NSD's Acting Assistant Attorney General, NSD's Deputy Assistant Attorney General with oversight over OI, OI's Operations Section Chief and Deputy Section Chief, the DAG, Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and the Associate Deputy Attorney General responsible for ODAG's national security portfolio. And all of these are under the Obama administration. Remember, this is still before the election. So this is all being put together by Obama personnel. And Obama hated and probably still hates Trump. And I'm sure that trickled down into all the other departments, just like Obama saying, I wish someone could help me with these Tea Party people. And then the IRS, what was it, Cincinnati office, I believe, determining that they weren't going to give 501c3 status to dozens of conservative applicants only because they were conservative, and made them jump through a number of hoops, including asking for their donor lists, which is completely against the law. And what happened there? Nothing. Nothing. In fact, thousands of records were destroyed. Mistakenly. Oh, ha! I hit the wrong switch. I'm sorry. We just lost all of the coordinating data that showed how we screwed these people for months. And severely limited the impact they could have had on the election. Nothing happened at all. Nothing. Responsible for ODAG's national security portfolio. However, as we explained below, the department decision makers who supported and approved the application were not given all relevant information. And as we all know, garbage in, garbage out. Role of Steele election reporting in the first application. In support of the fourth element in the FISA application, Carter Page's alleged coordination with the Russian government on 2016 U.S. presidential election activities, the application relied entirely on the following information from Steele reports 80, 94, 95, and 102. By the way, the numbering of these reports was completely nonsensical. There was no real rhyme or reason for the numbers on any of them. First, compromising information about Hillary Clinton had been compiled for many years, was controlled by the Kremlin, and had been fed by the Kremlin to the Trump campaign for an extended period of time. Report 80. Next, during a July 2016 trip to Moscow, Page met secretly with Igor Sechin, chairman of Russian energy conglomerate Rosneft. I'm sorry, I said Gazprom. I should have said Rosneft. And close associate of Putin, to discuss future cooperation and the lifting of Ukraine-related sanctions against Russia, and with Igor Dvyekin, a highly placed Russian official, to discuss sharing with the Trump campaign derogatory information about Clinton. Again, completely false. Next, Page was an intermediary between Russia and the Trump campaign's then manager, Manafort, in a, quote, well-developed conspiracy, close quote, of cooperation, which led to Russia's disclosure of hacked DNC emails to WikiLeaks in exchange for the Trump campaign's agreement to sideline Russian intervention in Ukraine as a campaign issue. Didn't happen. The Ukrainian platform in the the Ukrainian plank in the Republican convention platform was exactly the same as it had been all along, that all necessary aid should be given to the Ukrainians. There was a story published that the Trump people made the plank softer on Russia than it had originally been, which is completely false. I'm sure you all know there was a I don't want to say agitator, but there was someone who was very strongly for the Ukrainians to be able to push the Russians out. And they wanted the plank to read lethal force. And the Trump people balked at changing the language, and the rest of the committee agreed, and so the platform was left the same. It's not that the platform was weakened, it's just that it was not cranked up to a higher level of rhetoric. Now, Trump did give lethal aid to the Ukrainians, often, including just these few months ago. So it's a distinction without a difference. But there's another lie that you will hear during this campaign, I'm sure, that we were soft on Russia in the 2016 Republican National Convention. I'm sure Biden will come up with that. He lies about everything else. Come on, man. Let's see. And lastly, Russia released the DNC emails to WikiLeaks in an attempt to swing voters to Trump, an objective conceived and promoted by Page and others. And again, there is no proof whatsoever that Russia was the source of the WikiLeaks email dump. There is every reason to believe it was an inside person from the campaign who was able to phish or knew outright the passwords required to dump those emails onto portable drives, smuggled them out of the server room, out of the building, and then delivered them to WikiLeaks. There is a person whose name comes up often, who was tragically killed sometime later. I'm not going to say that because we'll probably get pulled off the air. But do remember that Julian Assange did something he had never done before, and which was offer a reward through WikiLeaks for information regarding the death, the killers of this young man. That gets lost in the wash quite often. Yes, Uncle Bobbity, you got that right. Hey, Skullcram. You snuck in here without me seeing you. And H Sunset, nice to see you as well. We are rocking and rolling here. Good job, guys. Thank you for showing up. I really appreciate this. I have been off for so long, and you guys pop up on an hour's notice. This is great. It really means a lot to me. It truly does. And to Picasso knows too, not to leave her out. You guys really make this complete. Thank you. Continuing. We determined that the FBI's decision to rely upon Steele's election reporting to help establish probable cause that Page was an agent of Russia was a judgment reached initially by the case agents on the Crossfire Hurricane team. We further determined that FBI officials at every level concurred with this judgment, from the OGC attorneys assigned to the investigation to senior CD officials, then General Counsel James Baker, who doesn't work there anymore, then Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, who doesn't work there anymore, then Director James Comey, who doesn't work there anymore. Editorial on my end. Continuing. FBI leadership supported relying on Steele's reporting to seek a FISA order on Page after being advised of and giving consideration to concerns expressed by Stuart Evans, then NSD's Deputy Assistant Attorney General with oversight responsibility over OI, that Steele may have been hired by someone associated with presidential candidate Clinton or the DNC, and that the foreign intelligence to be collected through the FISA order would probably not be worth the quote-unquote risk of being criticized later for collecting communications of someone, Carter Page, who was quote-unquote politically sensitive. What's this guy's name? Stuart Evans. Stuart Evans deserves a medal and a statue in the DOJ building. I'm sorry, no, National Security Directorate. At the NSD offices, Stuart Evans is the man. basically Diogenes, if you will. Continuing. According to McCabe, the FBI, quote-unquote, felt strongly that the FISA application should move forward because the team believed they had to get to the bottom of what they considered to be a potentially serious threat to national security, even if the FBI would later be criticized for taking such action. Same way he felt about the leaks he provided to the press, I'm sure. Continuing. McCabe and others discussed the FBI's position with NSD and ODAG officials, and these officials accepted the FBI's decision to move forward with the application based substantially on the Steele information. Again, they took the FBI's word that the Steele information was accurate. I don't care if they ran it from the janitor up to Loretta Lynch and every step in between. If you lie at the beginning and continue that lie, the entire process is moot. It's as much of a dereliction of duty as if it was just McCabe saying, I got this information from some guy named Steele. I'm sticking it in the FISA warrant. Here you are, Judge. It's true. It's the same effect. So who cares how many people they put it through? As far as I'm concerned, that was a CYA smokescreen. Continuing. We found that the FBI did not have information corroborating the specific allegations against Carter Page in Steele's reporting when it relied upon his reports in the first FISA application or subsequent renewal applications. Folks, I'm reading that again. This might be one of the most important sentences in this entire document, all 446 pages. I believe that's how far it is. Let me read that again. We, meaning the Inspector General of the Department of Justice, Michael Horowitz, and his team, found that the FBI did not have information corroborating the specific allegations against Carter Page in Steele's reporting when it relied upon his reports in the first FISA application or subsequent renewal applications. So it was bogus. The entire FISA application chain was based on false information. Sorry, he didn't say false. He said uncorroborated, to paraphrase. The FBI used uncorroborated information making specific allegations against Page from Steele that they used in the FISA applications, the first and the next three. Continuing. OGC and NSD attorneys told us that while the FBI's Woods procedures, described in Chapter 2, require that every factual assertion in a FISA application be quote-unquote verified when information is attributed to a FBI CHS, the Woods procedures require only that the agent verify with supporting documentation that the application accurately reflects what the CHS told the FBI. The procedures do not require that the agent corroborate through a second independent source that what the CHS told the FBI is true. We did not identify anything in the Woods procedures that is inconsistent with these officials' description of the procedures. Okay, so he's saying that they didn't see anything in the Woods procedures that is inconsistent with their description, the official's description, but is he saying that the Woods procedures used during the Carter Page applications was proper? I don't quite follow. Now, here's the thing. The Woods procedures were developed and put into practice because when Mueller was FBI director, there was a string of about 75 FISA applications by FBI agents that were found to have been seriously deficient in supporting material, in derogatory material about a source, or basically Baker information about the person the FISA was being sought against. And the FISA court called Mueller down on the carpet and reamed him for not having agents who were living up to what was supposed to be their sworn duty when they present these applications to the court, the FISA court. And the Woods procedure was developed by, I believe, a DOJ employee whose last name was Woods, or Wood, I believe, actually, who developed the bit. Now, it was always my understanding that it was a file of corroboration. The way it's described here, all it does is it says that the agent verify with supporting documentation that the application accurately reflects what the CHS told the FBI. The procedures do not require that the agent corroborate that what the CHS told the FBI is true. Then what is the use of the damn procedure? Seriously, the way it's described is basically, yes, it says what it says. What the guy told us, that's what we put in there. What good is that? That's pathetic. That is toothless. Any of us could do that for any FISA application in an afternoon without any legal training whatsoever. Any of us could do that. And what does it mean legally? You know, as far as defending the rights of the person who is having this FISA application sought against them, this warrant sworn out against them. That's, again, there is such a low bar in the FBI for these FISA applications. No wonder something like 99.7% of them are granted. Or am I getting that mixed up with CNN's negative coverage of Trump during the first 100 days in office? I believe they're both accurate. I'm just kidding. But that's pathetic. That is really aggravating to me, as you can tell. I am upset that after almost 100 FISA applications were at best incorrectly sworn out by the FBI. At best, if not completely in bad faith. That this is all they came up with. Wow. Wow. This doesn't look like J. Edgar Hoover was ever really rooted out of the FBI after all. Looks like a lot of his personality, his way of doing things, stayed with them internally. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. That's got to change. Continuing. Sorry for the rant, folks. Sorry for the rant. However, absent corroboration for the factual assertions in the election reporting, it was particularly important for the FISA applications to articulate the FBI's knowledge of Steele's background and its assessment of his reliability. On these points, the applications advised the court that Steele was believed to be a reliable source for 3 reasons: his professional background, his history of work as an FBI CHS since 2013, and his prior non-election reporting, which the FBI described as corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, quote unquote. As discussed below, the representations about Steele's prior reporting were overstated and had not been approved by Steele's handling agent as required by the Woods procedures. And again, they were arguing since he was good before, he's good now, which is not the standard by which the information is supposed to be judged. You're not supposed to use past performance as a way to bolster new information. Continuing. Due to Evans' persistent inquiries, again, we are talking about Stuart Evans, the NSD's Deputy Assistant Attorney General with oversight responsibility over OI. Again, the only rock star in this entire narrative so far. I'll repeat that. Due to Evans' persistent inquiries, the FISA application also included a footnote. That's all they gave him, a footnote, developed by OI based on information provided by the Crossfire Hurricane team to address Evans' concern about the potential political bias of Steele's research. The footnote stated that Steele was hired by an identified U.S. person, Glenn Simpson, to conduct research regarding quote-unquote Candidate One's, Donald Trump, ties to Russia, and that the FBI quote-unquote speculates that this U.S. person was likely looking for information that could be used to discredit the Trump campaign. That's a footnote. Excuse me just a moment. Okay, back. Thank you. Uncle Bobbity, J. Edgar Hoover, underground agent. The first person to ever wear a bulletproof girdle. I like that one. Use it. Run with it, folks. Yes, sweet tea will rise again. Yes, it's honey, as always, not sugar. I prefer sweet tea to honey tea, but again, with the throat and the way these things run, it's got to be tea and honey. King James says Glenn Simpson at one time worked for the FBI, reports said. Comey, McCabe, Simpson, all friends. I had not seen that before. That's fascinating. I know he and his wife worked at the Wall Street Journal. They were reporters there. I avoid using the term journalist, although that word has become so denuded of any respect lately that it's interchangeable with liar. But I had not heard anything about the FBI. Now, some of the work they've done, I would not be surprised if it was supported, at least in part, by an FBI operation. I could certainly see that. I'd love to know more about that. Thank you, King James. Thank you. Yes, Uncle Bobby, repeaters, not reporters. Very good. As we discussed earlier, that's exactly the case. Okay, so there's the footnote. Continuing. Relevant information inaccurately stated, omitted, or undocumented in the first application. Our review found, here comes some genital slapping. Our review found that FBI personnel fell far short of the requirement in FBI policy that they ensure that all factual statements in a FISA application are, quote-unquote, scrupulously accurate. We identified multiple instances in which factual assertions relied upon in the first FISA application were inaccurate, incomplete, or unsupported by appropriate documentation based upon information the FBI had in its possession at the time the application was filed. So complete dereliction. Or if you want to, as has been said many times, a fraud upon the court, which in the real world will land you in jail, or at least get you disbarred. I don't know how it works in the DOJ. We'll have to see. I think some people should be forcibly retired, definitely, for this. I think that's the least you could do. But again, most of the people at the bottom who put this together to begin with are already gone. Now they just need to be prosecuted. Continuing. We found that the problems we identified were primarily caused by the Crossfire Hurricane team failing to share all relevant information with OI, and consequently, the information was not considered by the department decision makers who ultimately decided to support the applications, like we were saying before, garbage in, garbage out. As more fully described in Chapter 5, based upon the information known to the FBI in October 2016, the first application contained the following 7 significant inaccuracies and omissions. And what was that? The New York Times was saying that there was basically nothing found about the FISA court, that it was all good, above board, that maybe there were, I don't remember they're saying there were any mistakes. It was basically that there was nothing to be seen here. Just people trying to get out in front of the narrative, spin their own story to make people avoid the report, thinking that they knew already what it said, and they didn't need to go any further. But unfortunately for them, there are people like us who are sticklers for the truth and demand to know what's going on and read these things cover to cover. So screw the New York Times, screw the Washington Post, and their lackeys. We know what to do. Guys sound like Tom Fitton. Sorry about that, Tom. Didn't mean to steal your style. Continuing. As more fully described in Chapter 5, based upon the information known to the FBI in October 2016, the first application contained the following 7 significant inaccuracies and omissions. 1. Omitted information the FBI had obtained from another U.S. government agency detailing its prior relationship with Page, including that Page had been approved as an quote-unquote operational contact for the other agency from 2008 to 2013, and that Page had provided information to the other agency concerning his prior contacts with certain Russian intelligence officers, one of which overlapped with facts asserted in the FISA application. In fact, there's a quote going around that the Russian intelligence service had described Page as being an idiot and unworthy of being used as a contact, or a spy, an unwitting spy. What's the word? An asset. Thank you, an asset. I disagree with that assessment of Carter Page completely. He's an Annapolis grad. He's done very well for himself over the years, although now he's dead broke because of his reputation being ruined by the FBI. But now that this report's out, and I don't know if he's going to do it now or wait till the Durham report comes out, but Carter Page is locked and loaded to get a serious settlement from these people, and it's going to happen. It is going to happen. Carter Page, just what we're reading right now, has every legal recourse to take these people to the cleaners. Oh, Skullcram says, I think Swallow just choked on his own tongue. God, I hope so. I hope so. Even if he survives it, if it just turns out that he can't get his tongue out of his throat, that would be a victory for the entire country. I mean, think of it. He's known more for farting on live TV than being a failed presidential candidate. He actually probably saved his reputation by that burst of flatulence. Because otherwise, he was known as the first candidate, as the first runner to drop out of the race. He didn't even make it. What? 5 months? 6 months? I think he made it about 6 months. And he never polled above 0. Anyway, thank you for that notice, Skullcram. I appreciate it. Okay, so 2. Continuing. Included a source characterization statement asserting that Steele's prior reporting had been corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, quote unquote, which overstated the significance of Steele's past reporting. It was not approved by Steele's handling agent as required by the Woods procedures. That's what I was discussing earlier, Steele's work on the FIFA scandal. He basically got a reporter who had been following FIFA for decades and chronicling their complete abuse of power and stealing funds from the organization's coffers. He got that reporter in touch with the FBI agent out of one of the offices in Florida, who was tasked with investigating FIFA in the U.S., and then going on from there. That's what ultimately brought the FIFA scandal to a head. So all Steele did, really, was act as a facilitator. He did do reporting. He did do research on the Russian side of the World Cup award. Because remember, Russia got the World Cup this last time. And it was all worthless, basically. That's what I was talking about earlier. I alluded to earlier that the British government, when they got a hold of the reports that he had filed, basically put them under lock and key because they were worthless and they didn't want them getting out. And as you can see, they're trying not to embarrass MI6 here by not even listing them as being Steele's former employer. So imagine how it would look to them when he goes out and does this completely, at best, shoddy work investigating the Russian side of the FIFA World Cup award. He's pathetic. He really is. He was a good agent in Russia, as I understand it. He wasn't that good when he was made head of the Russian desk. He squeaked by, but his best years are past him, folks. He's floundering. I'll finish that last part of that again, which overstated the significance of Steele's past reporting and was not approved by Steele's handling agent as required by the Woods procedures. Man, they couldn't even get the Woods procedures right, as toothless as they are. 3. Omitted information relevant to the reliability of Person 1, a key Steele subsource, who was attributed with providing the information in Report 95 and some of the information in Reports 80 and 102 relied upon in the application, namely that 1, Steele himself told members of the Crossfire Hurricane team that Person 1 was a quote-unquote boaster and an quote-unquote egoist and, quote, may engage in some embellishment, and 2, redacted. I'd love to know what that is. 4, asserted that the FBI had assessed that Steele did not directly provide to the press information in the September 23 Yahoo News article based on the premise that Steele had told the FBI that he only shared his election-related research with the FBI and Fusion GPS's client. This premise was incorrect and contradicted by documentation in the Woods file. Steele had told the FBI that he also gave his information to the State Department. Watcher, wonderful to have you here, even as a lurker. Always delighted. I've been thinking about you, actually, hoping that your winter hasn't been too bad so far, and that you're getting to spend a lot of time with the grand children. I don't know if you just have the one or more, but either way, I hope you're enjoying yourself now that summer's gone. I have missed you. Okay, yeah, the Yahoo News hilarity. 5. Omitted Papadopoulos' consensually monitored statement to an FBI CHS in September 2016, denying that anyone associated with the Trump campaign was collaborating with Russia or with outside groups like WikiLeaks in the release of emails. Again, consensually monitored statements. I don't remember in Papadopoulos' book his ever saying that he was recorded openly and consented to it. He just suspected he was being recorded. I don't know where this word consensually keeps coming from. Weird. Let's see. 6. Omitted Page's consensually monitored statements to an FBI CHS in August 2016 that Page had, quote-unquote, literally never met or, quote-unquote, said one word to Paul Manafort, and that Manafort had not responded to any of Page's emails. If true, those statements were in tension with claims in Report 95 that Page was participating in a conspiracy with Russia by acting as an intermediary for Manafort on behalf of the Trump campaign, and 7. Included Page's consensually monitored statements to an FBI CHS in October 2016 that the FBI believed supported its theory that Page was an agent of Russia, but omitted other statements Page made that were inconsistent with its theory, including denying having met with Sechin and Divyakin or even knowing who Divyakin was. If true, those statements contradicted the claims in Report 94 that Page had met secretly with Sechin and Divyakin about future cooperation with Russia and shared derogatory information about candidate Clinton. None of these inaccuracies and omissions were brought to the attention of the OI before the last FISA application was filed in June 2017. Consequently, these failures were repeated in all 3 renewal applications. Further, as we discussed later, we identified 10 additional significant errors in the renewal applications. Folks, there you have it. Carter Page was illegally spied upon. We've known that all along. Ever since the Nunes memo came out, we've known that. But, and again, read Lee Smith's book on Nunes and the work against him and the work his team did. It is fascinating. It's very detailed. You're not going to rush through it, but it is a quick read in comparison with other books of that type. The narrative is very tight, the reporting is excellent, and the editing, the way it's constructed, is very, very good. If you like well-crafted books, the Lee Smith book is right up your alley. It's right up there with Witch Hunt. I thought Witch Hunt was also an incredibly well-crafted book. But the Lee Smith book, I think, pulls ahead of Greg Jarrett's book. Definitely recommend them to your library. I've got Donald Trump Jr.'s Triggered book on my shelf right now, ready to be read. I've been preparing for this, so I haven't been reading that much. Also, I've been kind of confined to bed and not feeling well, so blah, 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 blah. But yes, DI, as you said, I am on the mend. Thank you so much. Things are going well. I am walking. I'm no longer in a wheelchair. So right there, it is a win. To continue. The failure to provide accurate and complete information to the OI attorney concerning Page's prior relationship with another U.S. government agency, item 1 above, was particularly concerning, I hate that word, because the OI attorney had specifically asked the case agent in late September 2016 whether Carter Page had a current or prior relationship with the other agency. In response to that inquiry, the case agent advised the OI attorney that Page's relationship was, quote-unquote, dated, claiming it was when Page lived in Moscow in 2004 to 2007. Well, definitely string him up then. He lived in Moscow. Of course, Bernie Sanders honeymooned in Moscow when it was still part of the Soviet Union and had that dinner in the steam bath where he sang "This Land Is Your Land" to a bunch of Soviets. By the way, people keep missing this on that film, videotape, whatever. The reason the men are shirtless, they're in a sauna. It's a dinner in a sauna. That's the women, you'll notice, are wearing light clothing, but they're not undressed for modesty. But that's why all the men are topless. They're in a sauna. I guess it's a thing to have a dinner in a sauna. I don't know if it has to do with helping you maintain an even strain with all the vodka that's pouring through you or what. I don't know. I don't know if they still do it, but at one time it was a thing. So that's why he's not wearing a shirt. That's why the other guys are not wearing shirts. They're in a sauna. When Page lived in Moscow in 2004, 2007, to continue, and, quote, outside scope, close quote. This representation, however, was contrary to the information that the other agency had provided to the FBI in August 2016, which stated that Page was approved as a quote-unquote operational contact of the other agency from 2008 to 2013, after Page had left Moscow. Moreover, rather than being quote-unquote outside scope, Page's status, I love internal jargon. Instead of saying it doesn't matter anymore, it's outside scope. Give the FBI credit; they can come up with some interesting language on occasion. Reading that again. Moreover, rather than being quote-unquote outside scope, Page's status with the other agency overlapped in time with some of the interactions between Page and known Russian intelligence officers that were relied upon in the FISA applications to establish probable cause. Indeed, Page had provided information to the other agency about his past contacts with a Russian intelligence officer, Intelligence Officer 1, which were among the historical connections to Russian intelligence officers that the FBI relied upon in the first FISA application and subsequent renewal applications. According to the information from the other agency, an employee of the other agency had assessed that Page, quote-unquote, candidly described his contact with Intelligence Officer 1 to the other agency. I missed a quote there, but you got it. Thus, the FBI relied upon Page's contacts with Intelligence Officer 1, among others, in support of its probable cause statement in the FISA application, while failing to disclose to OI or the FISC that 1, Page had been approved as an operational contact by the other agency during a 5-year period that overlapped with the allegations in the FISA application. 2, Page had disclosed to the other agency contacts that he had had with Intelligence Officer 1 and certain other individuals. And 3, the other agency's employee had given a positive assessment of Page's candor. Yep. No political motivations whatsoever. Again, Horowitz doesn't have proof of that. He doesn't have testimonial or documented proof. So he can't make that assessment. But it is blatantly obvious that this was a complete pardon my language, ream job from the start. Casanos, could you fill this up with what's left in there, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Give it to me.
Oh, all right. She doesn't want to come on camera. Okay. Continuing. Further, we were concerned with the FBI's inaccurate assertion in the application that Steele's prior reporting had been, quote-unquote, corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, which we were told was primarily a reference to Steele's role in the FIFA corruption investigation. Here we go. We found that the team had speculated that Steele's prior reporting had been corroborated and used in criminal proceedings without clearing the representation with Steele's handling agent as required by the Woods procedures. According to the handling agent, he would not have approved the representation in the application because only, quote-unquote, some of Steele's prior reporting had been corroborated, most of it had not, and because Steele's information was never used in a criminal proceeding. We concluded that these failures created the inaccurate impression in the applications that at least some of Steele's past reporting had been deemed sufficiently reliable by prosecutors to use in court, and that more of his information had been corroborated, I was doing so well with that word, corroborated than was actually the case. Excuse me. Continuing. We found no evidence that OI attorney, NSD supervisors, ODAG officials, or Yates were made aware of these issues before the first application was submitted to the court. Well, I don't know about the first three, but we all know that Yates would not have given a damn if the Steele dossier had been presented to her written on toilet paper in crayon. She still would have passed it. Continuing. Although we also found no evidence that Comey had been made aware of these issues at the time he certified the application, as discussed in our analysis in Chapter 11, multiple factors made it difficult for us to precisely determine the extent of FBI's leadership's knowledge as to each fact that was not shared with OI and not included or inaccurately stated in the FISA applications. These factors included, among other things, limited recollections, the inability to question Comey or refresh his recollection with relevant classified documentation because of his lack of a security clearance, and the absence of meeting minutes that would show the specific details shared with Comey and McCabe during briefings they received beyond the more general investigative updates that we know they were provided. In other words, they didn't want to leave a paper trail, and this headquarters special, again being run at the top by the top people, had very little by way of investigative oversight. They were able to shovel the bull upward and upward, keeping them in the dark about what was really going on, and able to force these FISA applications through the process, even though they were either ignoring or blatantly blowing off these particular safeguards that were supposed to be put in place in order to make these applications viable. Buffering here. Not that much. Not that much. Let's see how we're doing here. Let me check this out here. It's because I'm buffering on this end. I want to, let's see here. No, that looks good. All right. That seemed to take care of it. I want it to be good for you guys. I don't want you to be watching a slideshow. Okay. Okay, here we go. FBI activities after the first FISA application and FBI efforts to assess Steele's election reporting. At least he doesn't keep saying memo. It really is memos, or dossier. That's what I meant to say. He doesn't say dossier. That has been overused quite often. So at least he's using a different description of Steele's garbage. It doesn't make it as monotonous as it could be. Okay, so on October 31, 2016, shortly after the first FISA application was signed, an article entitled "A Veteran Spy Has Given the FBI Information Alleging a Russian Operation to Cultivate Donald Trump" was published by Mother Jones, another solidly reliable outlet that has no political bias whatsoever. Continuing. Steele admitted to the FBI that he was a source for the article. A source. And the FBI closed him as a CHS for cause in November 2016. Right, and they never went near him again. Ever. However, as we described below, despite having been closed for cause, the Crossfire Hurricane team continued to obtain information from Steele through Orr, who met with the FBI on 13 occasions to pass along information he had been provided by Steele. Or his wife, Nellie, let's not forget that. Continuing. In Chapter 6, we describe the events that followed Steele's closing as a CHS, including the FBI's receipt of information from several third parties who had acquired copies of the Steele election reports, use of information from the Steele reports in an interagency assessment of Russian interference in the U.S. 2016 elections, and continuing efforts to learn about Steele and his source network and to verify information from the reports following Steele's closure. And there you have it right there, folks. Let's just go over this one more time. Use of information from these Steele reports in an interagency assessment of Russian interference in the U.S. 2016 elections. That is basically one of the underpinnings of the whole lie about 17 U.S. intelligence agencies have determined that Russia hacked the DNC servers and tried to throw the campaign in Trump's direction. It has been stated recently that if you look at the three, thank you, agencies who actually made that assessment, as opposed to the other 14 who just said, well, we're going by what they said. We didn't do an investigation on our own. So that whole 17 number is completely bogus. The three who did it, I believe that's CIA, DNI, and NSA. I believe it was those three. They used the Steele dossier as at least part of their underpinning of that finding. It has been said recently, I lost track of that, I'm getting back to it. It has been said recently that it's been an internal review of the process that was used to make that determination in late 2016, early 2017, that quote-unquote poor tradecraft had been used to make those determinations. Poor tradecraft. Another way of saying they used bogus information and did not follow up to verify it. There's your 17 agencies, folks, right there. Read it and weep, Democrats. This is getting good. I mean, obviously, we are not getting a knife in the back of the FBI like we wanted. We're not getting, real shots to the head in Minecraft. But this is very damning of the FBI. Basically, exactly what Nunes said it was going to be 2 years ago. Let's see. All right, continuing. Starting in December 2016, FBI staff participated in an interagency effort to assess the Russian government's intentions and actions concerning the 2016 U.S. elections. we learned that whether and how to present Steele's reporting in the intelligence community assessment was a topic of significant discussion between the FBI and the other agencies participating in it. According to FBI staff, as the interagency editing process for the ICA progressed, the Central Intelligence Agency expressed concern about the lack of vetting for the Steele election reporting and asserted it did not merit inclusion in the body of the report. An FBI Intel section chief told us the CIA viewed it as, quote, internet rumor, unquote. In contrast, as we describe in Chapter 6, the FBI, including Comey and McCabe, sought to include the reporting in the ICA. Limited information from the Steele reporting ultimately was presented in an appendix to the ICA. Yeah, they downplayed it in the documentation, but you know they used it heavily to start their reports. They just they just downplayed it in the document to make it look like they weren't being taken in, at least not completely. But we all know what they were really doing. Again, this is all to go after Trump. Remember, the Carter Page FISA. People, the Dems will say they couldn't have been going after Trump because Carter Page was no longer with the campaign when that first FISA was issued. They wanted to go after him because he was a Russian spy. Not the case. First of all, we've proven that Page was not a Russian spy. That's already been done. And secondly, what they either don't know or are conveniently leaving out of their argument is that when you get FISA'd, not only does the intelligence gathering start from that day, it goes backwards, I believe 3 months, and all of your electronic records, bank records, etc., are swept up from that 3-month period prior to the awarding of the FISA warrant. So that would have been the time when Page was most involved in the campaign. And the only reason to keep tabs on him after that was to see if he was still communicating with anyone in the Trump administration. And he wasn't. He'd cut himself off from them. He had offered Comey to meet with him and go over the accusations and prove to him that they were false. And Comey never even returned his calls. Never got back to him. They just continued to lie about him in the FISA court and keep renewing these applications. And of course, Page had no idea he was being surveilled. Specifically, he was fairly certain something was going on, and he was covering. I believe he was watching what he was doing as carefully as possible, but he had no real knowledge that he was being completely surveilled up his butt by the FBI. But he literally tried to set the record straight with Comey, and Comey refused to hear him out. You tell me it was all about Carter Page. Seriously. Come on. To say there's no political motivation in this is just asinine. Continuing. FBI efforts to verify information in the Steele election reports and to learn about Steele and his source network continued after Steele's closure as a CHS. In November and December 2016, FBI officials traveled abroad and met with persons who previously had professional contacts with Steele or had knowledge of his work. Information these FBI officials obtained about Steele was both positive and negative. We found, however, that the information about Steele was not placed in his FBI CHS file. We further learned that the FBI's Validation Management Unit, VMU, never heard of that before, completed a human source validation review of Steele in early 2017. The VMU review found that Steele's past criminal reporting was, quote, minimally, shouldn't have a problem with that, minimally corroborated and included this finding in its report that was provided to the Crossfire Hurricane team. This determination by the VMU was in tension with the source characterization statement included in the initial FISA application, which represented that Steele's prior reporting had been, quote, corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, close quote. The VMU review also did not identify any corroboration for Steele's election reporting among the information that the Crossfire Hurricane team had collected. However, the VMU did not include this finding in its written validation report, and therefore members of the Crossfire Hurricane team and FBI executives were unaware of it. Well, what in God's green earth worth is the VMU if they're not going to share the results with the people who are using this guy as a source? It's like taking your car to the mechanic, paying the guy, and then driving away without knowing if anything had ever been wrong or if anything had been fixed. That's ridiculous. That is patently ridiculous. Yep, more redactions coming. Continuing. We also found that the FBI's interviews of Steele, his primary subsource, a second subsource, and other investigative activity revealed potentially serious problems with Steele's descriptions of information in his reports. Of course, if you listen to David Pakman, we know that the Steele dossier is being found more and more factual as time goes on. He can't point to one thing that has been found factual, but he knows that it's being proven more and more every day. Hopefully, this little report will finally put the end to that lie. Probably not. And you know the people who have been saying that the Steele report was mainly accurate or mainly corroborated are not going to retract their statements. They're not going to back off on that assertion. They just won't repeat it. It's as if it never happened. No one called Trump a traitor and a Russian asset before the Mueller report came out. No one. Obviously, because no one apologized for saying it after it was over. All those leaks that did not come out of the Mueller team, that tight-lipped team, that airtight ship of a team, all those leaks that came out of it, that didn't come out of it, none of those painted Trump in a bad light. It was all accurate. The Washington Post and the New York Times got Pulitzers, or Pulitzers, depending on where you went to school, for their reporting during the Mueller report. Not after it came out, before it came out. And they were, I believe they were cited for incredible source work in their reporting. Incredible source work, according to the Pulitzer people, must mean that they sat at their desk waiting for a phone call and then regurgitated it credulously and put it out for everyone to see without doing one basic fact check, without calling one opposite source to see if there's another side to the story. And they got freaking Pulitzers for that. That just goes to show you how bankrupt the entire publishing industry is up to a point. Now, Regner, or is it Regnery? Regnery books. Unimpeachable. They put out great stuff. Picasso knows actually worked for them. It was her first job out of college, working for Regnery. To get a Pulitzer Prize, or Pulitzer again, for merely answering the phone and writing it down, that's pathetic. Try to find a compilation of what was his first name? Royko. I think it was Jim Royko. He was a writer for the Chicago Sun-Times back in the day. He was a true columnist. This guy dug up stuff on the Daley administration that could have gotten him killed, and he did it almost every day. Mike Royko, R-O-Y-K-O. An absolute god in the newspaper industry back in the day. I read him as often as I could. We didn't get the Sun-Times, but I got a hold of it as often as I could. And I read him religiously. I bought his books, went through them over and over again. The man's a genius, one of the best writers, especially political writers who has ever lived. Local reporting. I believe he was syndicated at one point, but he was my introduction to political writing, and going from him to Krauthammer was not hard. That's how good Royko was. Totally different writing style, but the intent and the depth were the same. Mike Royko. Continuing. Second subsource. Revealed potentially serious problems with Steele's descriptions of information in his reports. For example, as detailed in chapters 6 and 8, the primary subsource made statements during her January 2017 FBI interview that were inconsistent with multiple sections of the Steele reports, including some that were relied upon in the FISA applications. Among other things, regarding the allegations attributed to Person 1, the primary subsource's account of these communications, if true, was not consistent with, and in fact contradicted, the allegations of a quote-unquote well-developed conspiracy in reports 95 and 102 attributed to Person 1. We further determined that the Crossfire Hurricane team was unable to corroborate any of the specific substantive allegations regarding Carter Page contained in Steele's election reporting, which the FBI relied on in the FISA applications. We were told by the supervisory intel analyst that, as of September 2017, the FBI had corroborated limited information in the Steele election reporting, and much of that was publicly available information. Most relevant to the Carter Page FISA applications, the allegations contained in reports 80, 94, 95, and 102, which were relied upon in all four applications, remained uncorroborated and, in several instances, were inconsistent with information gathered by the Crossfire Hurricane team. Man. Now this part here about much of that was publicly available information. Come here, do that. I can't highlight it. I was able to do that before. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, much of that was publicly available information. That is quite possibly work that Nellie Orr had done and had been inserted into Steele's work. There's a lot of speculation that quite a lot of this whole thing was actually done by Simpson, and that Steele was basically used as a beard, because Simpson was known to people who really knew what Fusion GPS was as a complete and utter smear merchant, a lech, and someone who had no scruples whatsoever. And again, that's in the, I believe that's in the Lee Smith book. Talks pretty extensively about some of Fusion GPS's less savory work and their clients who were basically flat out crooks. Very, very good information there. But there is some speculation that most of this actually came out of Glenn Simpson and Nellie Orr. And again, like I say, they used Steele as a beard. I mean, look at how he's failed to stand up for any of his reporting. in that court case that he's involved in, that slander case he's involved in Great Britain. He basically said, I don't know if any of it's true or not. I just gathered that stuff and put it on paper. There's your great spy, folks. Okay, huge redaction. All right, continuing. The 3 renewal applications for continued FISA authority on Carter Page. As noted above, the FBI filed 3 renewal applications with the FISC on January blank, April blank, and June blank 2017. In addition to repeating the 7 significant errors contained in the first FISA application and outlined above, we identified 10 additional significant errors in the 3 renewal applications based upon information known to the FBI after the first application and before one or more of the renewals. We describe the circumstances surrounding these 10 errors in Chapter 8 and provide a chart listing additional errors in Appendix 1. As more fully described in Chapter 8, the renewal applications, there's a list here, excuse me, just a moment, I'll be right with you. There we go. Okay, continuing. 8. Omitted the fact that Steele's primary subsource, who the FBI found credible, had made statements in January 2017 raising significant questions about the reliability of allegations included in the FISA applications, including, for example, that she had no discussion with Person 1 concerning WikiLeaks, and there was quote-unquote nothing bad about the communications between the Kremlin and the Trump team, and that she did not report to Steele in July 2016 that Page had met with Sechin. 9. Omitted Page's prior relationship with another U.S. government agency, despite being reminded by the other agency in June 2017, prior to the filing of the final renewal application, about Page's past status with that other agency. Instead of including this information in the final renewal application, the OGC attorney altered an email from the other agency so that the email stated that Page was quote-unquote not a source for the other agency, which the FBI affiant relied upon in signing the final renewal application. Okay, there we go. That came out, about a month ago? 3 weeks ago? That there was a quote-unquote low-level FBI attorney who altered a document, but it had nothing to do with the actual renewal. It was just, kind of a thing, even though he's been referred for criminal prosecution and has been fired. We know that actually this guy was like number 3 as far as the lawyers in this process went. He was not low level. He was actually quite high on the list, and literally falsified a government document for use in a court filing. That's obstruction of justice. I believe the DOJ has not. Darn it, I got something on the keyboard here. The DOJ has not said yet whether or not they're going to adjudicate the guy. They may be waiting for the Durham report to finish before they start locking people up. But this guy's in hot water, folks. That is as bad of a thing as you can do as a lawyer. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. 10. Omitted information from persons who previously had professional contacts with Steele or had direct knowledge of his work-related performance, including statements that Steele had no history of reporting in bad faith, but, quote, demonstrates lack of self-awareness, poor judgment, close quote, quote again, pursued people with political risk but no intelligence value, close quote. Quoting again, didn't always exercise great judgment, close quote, and it was, last quote, not clear what he would have done to validate, close quote, his reporting. Oh yeah, high praise indeed for the great spy, Christopher Steele. 11, there's more to go, folks. 11, omitted information obtained from Orr about Steele and his election reporting, including that, 1, Steele's reporting was going to Clinton's presidential campaign and others. 2, Simpson was paying Steele to discuss his reporting with the media. And 3, Steele was, quote, desperate that Donald Trump not get elected and was passionate about him not being the U.S. president, close quote. Yes, because look how much things are in the shitter now that Trump is president. If it wasn't for the media and the Dems losing their shit every time he ties his tie wrong, this country would be solid. This country would be rock solid behind this president. Even if you didn't vote for him, you'd have to begrudgingly admit he is doing an incredible job. But no, the media and the Dems hate so much that Hillary lost that they refuse to give him his due as someone who was elected in an electoral college landslide and represents the wishes of 63 million people. Yes, Hillary got around 66 million votes, but you take California, you just take California out of her vote total, Trump wins both the electoral college and the popular vote. So there. Uncle Bobby, I think, Make America Trumps again 2020. I like that. MATA. I saw the rally where he threw out to the crowd. Do you want it the 2020 campaign slogan to be "Make America Great Again"? And there was this huge roar from the crowd, huge roar. And he's like, "Well, I guess that decides it." But he threw out the second one, "Keep America Great," and the place erupted. Just went insane. You would not have thought possible that the first reaction could have been beaten, but it was beaten, and it was beaten by probably a factor of 2. It was amazing. I don't believe they're using that slogan, but just that moment, wow, amazing, just amazing. 20,000 people roaring in approval. And what do the Democrats call those? Nuremberg rallies. Thanks. Nice to be known as a Nazi by the left. Way to go. Worked in 2016 so well. Keep going. Call us racist, call us Nazis. And I'll bet you've got 2020 in the bag because you'll shame us into not voting. Keep it up. Keep it up. Continuing. 11. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I already read that. 12. Failed to update the description of Steele after information became known to the Crossfire Hurricane team from Orr and others that provided greater clarity on the political origins and connections of Steele's reporting, including that Simpson was hired by someone associated with the Democratic Party and or the DNC. 13. Yes, folks, there's more. Failed to correct the assertion in the first FISA application that the FBI did not believe that Steele directly provided information to the reporter who wrote the September 23rd Yahoo News article, even though there was no information in the Woods file to support this claim, and even after certain Crossfire Hurricane officials learned in 2017, before the third renewal application, of an admission that Steele made in a court filing about his interactions with the news media in the late summer and early fall of 2016. I said my damn nose here, excuse me. Excuse me just a second. Thank you. I don't think you guys would appreciate it if I blew my nose into the microphone. Okay. 14. Omitted the finding from an FBI source validation report that Steele was suitable for continued operation, but that his past contributions to the FBI's criminal program had been quote-unquote minimally corroborated, and instead continued to assert in the source characterization statement that Steele's prior reporting had been, quote, corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, close quote. Boy, that comes up a lot. 15. Omitted Papadopoulos' statement to an FBI CHS in late October 2016, denying that the Trump campaign was involved in the circumstances of the DNC email hack. 16. Omitted Joseph Misfoot's denials to the FBI that he supplied Papadopoulos with the information Papadopoulos shared with the FFG, suggesting that the campaign received an offer or suggestion of assistance from Russia. I love this FFG crap. It's Alexander Downer. We all know the name. Again, we're trying to protect Five Eyes participants from embarrassment. What in the hell does that have to do with a report about abuses in the FISA system and the FBI and the DOJ? I don't see why that can't be included. They were a part of it. Even tangentially, they were a part of it. Why can't we say that? What is this tiptoeing around? This is part of the reason this took so long, is the fighting over whether or not we could name these Five Eyes people. Remember, Downer isn't even an agent. He's not a spy. He's a diplomat. For those of you who saw Buckaroo Banzai, you should remember the line, "I'm not a pilot, I'm a diplomat. I failed flight school." If you haven't seen that movie, rent it. Damn it. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Peter Weller in his finest role ever. It's got so many great people in it, too. It is a who's who of character actors. It's such a great movie. Buckaroo Banzai, Adventures in the Ninth Dimension. Or is it Eighth Dimension? One of those two. You gotta see it. Continuing. Omitted 17. Omitted information indicating that Page played no role in the Republican platform change on Russia's annexation of Ukraine, as alleged in the Report 95, which was inconsistent with a factual assertion relied upon to support probable cause in all 4 FISA applications. And again, we already went over that. I'm kind of surprised it came up, actually. But we went over the whole platform part of the Ukraine policy. It was not changed. It just wasn't made more aggressive. It was the same as it was previously. I'm kind of upset that Horowitz would even use wording that would lend credence to the Democratic narrative that it was changed. That's disappointing. He should know better. Continuing. Among the most serious of the 10 additional errors we found in the renewal applications was the FBI's failure to advise OI or the court of the inconsistencies described in detail in Chapter 6 between Steele and his primary subsource on the reporting relied upon in the FISA applications. Although the primary subsource's account of these communications, if true, was not consistent with and, in fact, contradicted the allegations of a, quote, well-developed conspiracy, close quote, in reports 95 and 102 attributed to Person 1, the FBI did not share this information with OI. The FBI also failed to share other inconsistencies with OI, including the primary subsource's account of the alleged meeting between Page and Sechin in Steele's Report 94, and his/her descriptions of the source network. The fact that the primary subsource's account contradicted key assertions attributed to his/her own subsources in Steele's Report 94, 95, and 102 should have generated significant discussions between the Crossfire Hurricane team and OI prior to submitting the next FISA renewal application. According to Evans, had OI been made aware of the information, such discussions might have included the possibility of foregoing the renewal request altogether, at least until the FBI reconciled the differences between Steele's account and the primary subsource's account to the satisfaction of OI. Again, Evans pops up again. What a hero. What a hero. I wish he could have actually had more of a role in affecting this outcome, but he is pointing a very strong and clear light on the rank deficiencies of the FBI in giving Carter Page the fair shake he deserved, instead of railroading him through 4 FISA warrants and spying on him for almost an entire year. I hope this guy gets a serious promotion. Serious promotion. Probably going to get death threats from the left. I bet his email, Twitter, and phone are blowing up today from crazed, tolerant lefties who see him as a threat to their narrative. Probably going to get Me Too'd as well. Isn't it sad that you can make those predictions and be fairly certain they're going to come true? Isn't it sad? It's what this country's come to. It's what the left's come to. Very good, very good. We've got some Buckaroo Banzai fans in here. Very good. One of my favorite John Lithgow lines in that whole movie, believe it or not, is, "Somebody turn off that gosh darn klaxon." It's the little things. It's the little things. Again, use more honey. That's another one. I love that movie. I saw it in the theater. I was one of 20 people who saw it in the theater. It bombed. It did very poorly when it was released. But it's a cult classic in the truest sense of the word. Truest sense of the word. So many people got their break in that movie. Okay, sorry, I lost my whole train of thought there. I apologize. Oh, here we are. Okay, I'm sorry. I was on the other column entirely. Quote. I'm sorry. Back to the body here. Instead, the second and third renewal applications provided no substantive information concerning the primary subsource's interview and offered only a brief, conclusory statement that the FBI met with the primary subsource, quote, in an effort to further corroborate Steele's reporting, close quote, and found the primary subsource to be, quote, truthful and cooperative, close quote. We believe that including this statement, without also informing OI and the court that the primary subsource's account of events contradicted key assertions in Steele's reporting, left a misimpression that the primary subsource had corroborated the Steele reporting. Indeed, in a letter to the FISC in July 2018, before learning of these inconsistencies from us during this review, the department defended the reliability of Steele's reporting and the FISA applications by citing, in part, to the primary subsource's interview as, quote, additional information corroborating Steele's reporting, close quote, and noting the FBI's determination that she was, quote, truthful and cooperative, close quote. Just like the media, lies by omission, I can't believe how poorly the New York Times and the Washington Post tried to spin this before it came out. How pathetic, how pathetic their reporting is. You knew when you read those reports. Let's all be honest. When you first saw those articles, part of you thought, oh man, damn, I was hoping for more. But then you realized you were looking at the New York Times and the Washington Post, and it was a single source article. And you knew they were lying. And you knew you just had to wait, and you'd get your information, and you'd see them burn in hell. And that's what we're doing right now. This is great. I'm having fun. Jason, okay, get that dinner. We'll keep going. What time is it here? It is basically 4:45 Central Time, 5:45 real time. I feel great. My voice is holding up. My throat's sore, but I'm not losing it. So we'll keep going. I got nowhere to go. My back feels great too. It's not sore at all. Not sore at all. Is that what you're asking about, Jason? My back? My back feels fine. There might be a twinge of soreness at the very base, but it's nothing like I felt before, or nothing different than I felt before. I'm not worried about it at all. Like I say, I'm in my brace. I'm in my one chair, thanks to Rush Limbaugh's recommendation. Life is good. Life is good. Okay, keeping going here. I lost my place. Oh, here we are. Okay. Continuing. The renewal applications also continued to fail to include information regarding Carter Page's past relationship with another U.S. government agency, even though both OI and members of the Crossfire Hurricane team, I should say, expressed concern about the possibility of a prior relationship following interviews that Page gave to news outlets in April and May 2017, stating that he had assisted other U.S. government agencies in the past. As we describe in Chapter 8, in June 2017, SSA-2, who was to be the affiant for renewal application number 3 and had been the affiant for the first 2 renewals, told us that he wanted a definitive answer as to whether Page had ever been a source for another U.S. government agency before he signed the final renewal application. This led to interactions between the OGC attorney assigned to Crossfire Hurricane and a liaison from the other U.S. government agency. In an email from the liaison to the OGC attorney, the liaison provided written guidance, including that it was the liaison's recollection that Page had or continued to have a relationship with the other agency, and directed the OGC attorney to review the information that the other agency had provided to the FBI in August 2016. As noted above, that August 2016 information stated that Page did, in fact, have a prior relationship with that other agency. The next morning, immediately following a 28-minute telephone call between the OGC attorney and the OI attorney, the OGC attorney forwarded to the OI attorney the liaison's email, but not the original email from the OGC attorney to the liaison setting out the questions he was asking. The OI attorney responded to the OGC attorney, quote, "Thanks, I think we are good and no need to carry it any further," close quote. However, when the OGC attorney subsequently sent the liaison's email to SSA-2, the OGC attorney altered the liaison's email. Here we go. Altered the liaison's email by inserting the words "not a source" into it, thus making it appear that the liaison had said that Page was, quote, "not a source," unquote, for the other agency. Relying upon this altered email, SSA-2 signed the third renewal application that again failed to disclose Page's past relationship with the other agency. How is this not obviously politically motivated? Seriously. Seriously. I guess again we're coming down to documented and verbal testimony, documentation and testimony. But if you can't make the inference, there you go, Ray. Hey, Ray, didn't even see you come in. No matter where you go, there you are. Hey, 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 people, don't be mean. Don't be mean. I drank a little too much fat, 69. I'm down in my ass with a nickel in this lousy town. Sorry. Oh, I needed that laugh. Thank you, Ray. Thank you so much. God, I love you. Page was not a source. Let's see. Consistent with the Inspector General Act of 1978, following the OIG's discovery that the OGC attorney had altered and sent the email to SSA2, who thereafter relied on it to swear out the third FISA application, the OIG promptly informed the Attorney General and the FBI Director and provided them with the relevant information about the OGC attorney's actions. Again, low-level attorney, folks. Low-level. Thank you, Skull Graham. Thank you. Continuing. None of the inaccuracies and omissions that we identified in the renewal applications were brought to the attention of OI before the applications were filed. As a result, similar to the first application, the department officials who reviewed one or more of the renewal applications, including Yates, Bente, I don't know how it's pronounced, I'm just saying Bente, it could be Bante, and Rosenstein, did not have accurate and complete information at the time they approved them. I don't think Rosenstein would have cared anyway. Certainly Yates wouldn't have. Continuing. We do not speculate whether or how having accurate and complete information might have influenced the decisions of senior department leaders who supported the 4 FISA applications, or the court if they had known all the relevant information. Nevertheless, it was the obligation of the FBI agents and supervisors who were aware of the information to ensure that the FISA applications were quote-unquote scrupulously accurate, and that OI, the department's decision makers, and ultimately the court had the opportunity to consider the additional information and the information omitted from the first application. The individuals involved did not meet this obligation. Okay, here we come to the end of the executive summary. Conclusions concerning all 4 FISA applications. We concluded that the failures described above and in this report represent serious performance failures by the supervisory and non-supervisory agents with responsibility over the FISA applications. These failures prevented OI from fully performing its gatekeeper function and deprived the decision makers the opportunity to make fully informed decisions. Although some of the factual misstatements and omissions we found in this review were arguably more significant than others, we believe that all of them taken together resulted in FISA applications that made it appear that the information supporting probable cause was stronger than was actually the case. Stronger? Dude, it made it look rock solid. Boente. Oh, that's very possible, Uncle Bobbity. Boente. Too hard. I'm just going to go with Bente. I don't like the guy anyway, so what the hell. Continuing. We identified at least 17 significant errors or omissions in the Carter Page FISA applications and many additional errors in the Woods procedures. These errors and omissions resulted from case agents providing wrong or incomplete information to OI and failing to flag important issues for discussion. While we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence of intentional misconduct, on the part of the case agents who assisted OI in preparing the applications, or the agents and supervisors who performed the Woods procedures. We also did not receive satisfactory explanations for the errors or problems we identified. Durham will, folks. I'm sorry. All right, here we go with my nose again. Excuse me. Jesus, I don't have a cold. I don't know what's going on here. This keeps up, I'm going to need a timeout to empty the damn garbage can. Okay. Excuse me. I needed that. Continuing. We identified at least 17 significant errors or omissions in the Carter Page FISA applications and many additional errors in the Woods procedures. These errors and omissions resulted from case agents providing wrong or incomplete information to OI and failing to flag important issues for discussion. While we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence of intentional misconduct on the part of the case agents who assisted OI in preparing the applications, or the agents and supervisors who performed the Woods procedures, we also did not receive satisfactory explanations for the errors or problems we identified. Again, Durham will. In most instances, the agents and supervisors told us that they either did not know or recall why the information was not shared with OI. I'm sorry, Senator, I don't recall. Hillary Clinton, Benghazi hearings. And like we said before, if Horowitz doesn't get a paper trail or an admission, a verbal admission, he can't make a determination. He can only go where the facts are, and he has very limited investigative authority to determine those facts. Durham, on the other hand, is now running a criminal probe, and these people are in the crosshairs. Continuing. In most instances, the agents and I'm sorry, I already read that. Continuing that the failure to do so may have been an oversight, that they did not recognize at the time the relevance of the information to the FISA application, or that they did not believe the missing information to be significant. On this last point, we believe the case agents may have improperly substituted their own judgment in place of the judgment of OI or in place of the court to weigh the probative value of the information. Further, the failure to update OI on all significant case developments relevant to the FISA applications led us to conclude that the agents and supervisors did not give appropriate attention or treatment to the facts that cut against probable cause or reassess the information supporting probable cause as the investigation progressed. The agents and SSAs also did not follow or appear to even know the requirements in the Woods procedure to re-verify the factual assertions from previous applications that are repeated in the renewal application and verify source characterization statements with the CHS handling agent and document the verification in the Woods file. And again, I come back to that damn VMU assessment that is worthless because nobody knew about it. I mean, what do they do? They have their own little library where they can go, oh yeah, remember this one? Crack open a beer. Let's talk about good old John Law. And the FBI. You know, as a quick aside, you watch the shows. I'll be more specific, the Fox shows, like Sean. Sean has family who've been in the FBI. So I can't fault him for his loyalty. But at the same time, every time I would hear him say 99% or 99.9% of the FBI are all, decent, law-abiding, hardworking people who want the best for America. It's those at the top who ruined it. I'm sorry. Look at the agents who were with Mueller and what they did to Flynn and Papadopoulos and even Manafort and Page. Look what they did to them. And look at this again. Look at what happened with the Florida event last year, the Valentine's event. The FBI had 2 notifications about this guy. Nothing was done. This is not a well-run agency. And too many people are being allowed to substitute their judgment, their convenience, for the law. And I'm tired of it. And I don't think Christopher Wray is doing a damn thing. I think he's a placeholder. And personally, I think if Tom Fitton gets Trump's ear and convinces him how much Wray is slow rolling the information that they're supposed to be getting for their FOIA requests, and how they're giving them like 500 pages a month, and they won't have it all till 2021. I think Ray's on a short list for being replaced, and it wouldn't bother me at all. Continuing. That so many basic and fundamental errors were made by 3 separate hand-picked teams on one of the most sensitive FBI investigations that was briefed to the highest levels within the FBI and to the highest levels within the executive branch. Looking at you, Obama. Remember the text between Strzok and Page. POTUS wants to be informed of everything we do. I think that's a direct quote of that text. I don't believe I'm paraphrasing at all. Pretty much tells you all you need to know right there. Within the highest levels within the FBI, and that FBI officials expected would eventually be subjected to close scrutiny, they never thought it would be subjected to close scrutiny. They knew they were going to get Trump out of office, and they were going to be able to put it all away, hide it in a dusty drawer somewhere, and they would never get caught. They knew they'd be able to knock Trump out of office. Somehow he'd trip up, and they'd be able to bounce him, and their little coup would remain secret. Continuing. Subjected to close scrutiny, raised significant questions regarding the FBI chain of command's management and supervision of the FISA process. And let's remember again, folks, this investigation was being run from the top. This was not a bureau field office running this. This was, quote, a headquarters special. Comey, McCabe, Strzok, they were in charge of this thing. Priestap, Baker, they were in charge of this thing. They were running it. I'm sorry about that. Excuse me. My damn nose. FBI headquarters, continuing, established a chain of command for Crossfire Hurricane that included close supervision by senior CD managers who then briefed FBI leadership throughout the investigation. Although we do not expect managers and supervisors to know every fact about an investigation, or senior officials to know all the details of cases about which they are briefed, in a sensitive, high-priority matter like this one, it is reasonable to expect that they will take the necessary steps to ensure that they are sufficiently familiar with the facts and circumstances supporting and potentially undermining a FISA application in order to provide effective oversight consistent with their level of supervisory responsibility. We concluded that the information that was known to the managers, supervisors, and senior officials should have resulted in questions being raised regarding the reliability of the Steele reporting and the probable cause supporting the FISA applications, but did not. In our view, this was a failure of not only the operational team, but also of the managers and supervisors, including senior officials in the chain of command. For these reasons, we recommend that the FBI review the performance of the employees who had responsibility for the preparation, Woods review, or approval of the FISA applications, as well as the managers and supervisors in the chain of command of the Carter Page investigation, including senior officials, and take any action deemed appropriate. Oh yeah, Durham's going to have a field day with these people. It's going to be fire through brush. Continuing. In addition, given the extensive compliance failures we identified in this review, we believe that additional OIG oversight work is required to assess the FBI's compliance with Department and FBI FISA-related policies that seek to protect the civil liberties of U.S. persons. Accordingly, we have today initiated an OIG audit that will further examine the FBI's compliance with the Woods procedures and FISA applications that target U.S. persons in both counterintelligence and counterterrorism investigations. This audit will be informed by the findings in this review, as well as by our prior work over the past 15 years on the Department's and FBI's use of national security and surveillance authorities, including authorities under FISA, as detailed in Chapter 1. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's obvious that, like I said before, Comey and McCabe and all those guys did all they could to not leave a paper trail. And Evans really is the guy who ripped this thing open. He obviously kept detailed notes about what was happening, and really brought a lot of things to light about what was going on with the people who were pushing the FISA up to his level. And I think he's going to be a great resource for Durham when he gets to him. But yeah, again, almost all the people who were closely associated with Crossfire Hurricane have been fired or have quit. And two of them are under either indictment or investigation for violation of handling of sensitive information. Looking at you, Comey and McCabe. I want to see Strzok's name come up more often. It hasn't come up often enough yet. Continuing. Oh, this ought to be good. Issues relating to Department Attorney Bruce Orr. In Chapter 9, we describe the interactions Department Attorney Bruce Orr had with Christopher Steele, the FBI, Glenn Simpson, the owner of Fusion GPS, and the State Department during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Busy little bee, Bruce. Let's not forget his wife, Nellie. At the time of these interactions, which took place from about July 2016 to May 2017, Orr was an Associate Deputy Attorney General in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, ODAG, and the Director of the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force, OCD ETF, elemental Q. Subheading here, Orr's interactions with Steele, the FBI, Simpson, and the State Department. Beginning in July 2016, at about the same time that Steele was engaging with the FBI on his election reporting, Steele contacted Orr, who he had known since at least 2007, it should be whom, to discuss information from Steele's election reports. At Steele's suggestion, Orr also met in August 2016 with Simpson to discuss Steele's reports. At the time, Orr's wife Nellie Orr worked at Fusion GPS as an independent contractor. Orr also met with Simpson in December 2016, at which time Simpson gave Orr a thumb drive containing numerous Steele election reports that Orr thereafter provided to the FBI. Never talked to his supervisors about being approached by a foreign agent, or at least a former foreign agent, now a contractor, for Fusion GPS, a smear company, at least an opposition research company, and that he's funneling information from these people to the FBI as a back channel. That doesn't look suspicious at all. I mean, what could possibly go wrong with such an arrangement? Why would anyone feel they would need to talk to a supervisor or at least an ethics board about what they're doing? That's perfectly reasonable. Steele's a friend. My wife works for Bruce. What's go wrong? What could go wrong? Continuing. On October 18, 2016, after a meeting with Steele that morning, Orr met with McCabe to share Steele's and Simpson's information with him. Thereafter, Orr met with members of the Crossfire Hurricane team 13 times between November 21, which is after they fired Steele, remember? November 21, 2016, and May 15, 2017, concerning his contacts with Steele and Simpson. All 13 meetings occurred after the FBI had closed Steele as a CHS, as we just said, and except for the November 21 meeting, each meeting was initiated at Orr's request. Orr told us that he did not recall the FBI asking him to take any action regarding Steele or Simpson, but Orr also stated that, quote, the general instruction was to let the FBI know when I got information from Steele, close quote. The Crossfire Hurricane team memorialized each of the meetings with Orr as a quote-unquote interview using an FBI FD 302 form, which I believe we read a few months ago, all the Bruce Orr 302s. Separately, in November 2016, Orr met with senior State Department officials regarding Steele's election reporting. Let's not forget John McCain, his office, pushing the dossier, the election reporting, to the FBI. And I believe leaking it to the press, the Washington Post, if I'm not mistaken. Continuing. Department leadership, including Orr's supervisors in ODAG and the ODAG officials who reviewed and approved the Carter Page FISA applications, were unaware of Orr's meetings with FBI officials, Steele, Simpson, and the State Department until after Congress requested information from the department regarding Orr's activities in late November 2017. We did not identify a specific department policy prohibiting Orr from meeting with Steele, Simpson, or the State Department and providing the information he learned from those meetings to the FBI. However, how could you possibly put in a rule for something that is almost inconceivable? I mean, who would think that you would have someone who is at the number 4 level of one of the many areas of the DOJ meeting with a political operative who had been cashiered by the FBI along with his boss and your wife who works for the boss, and then funneling that information back to the FBI who used to use this guy as a CHS? Who could possibly write a rule about that? I don't even, now that they even know that it happened, what kind of rule could you write to cover that? That's like the Hatch Act. Sounded like a good idea at the time, but it's never been used. No one's ever going to be successfully prosecuted under it. It's just used as a cudgel by the Democrats to make people afraid or appear to be dirty. Although we have thrown it around with John Kerry and Iran from time to time. Sorry about that. Damn nose. Continuing. However, Orr was clearly cognizant of his responsibility to inform his supervisors of these interactions and acknowledged to the OIG that the possibility that he would have been told by his supervisors to stop having such contact may have factored into his decision not to tell them about it. Remember, it's easier to get forgiveness than permission, especially if you're a civil servant. Continuing. We concluded that Orr committed consequential errors in judgment by 1. Failing to advise his direct supervisors or the DAG that he was communicating with Steele and Simpson, and then requesting meetings with the FBI's deputy director and Crossfire Hurricane team on matters that were outside of his areas of responsibility, and 2. Making himself a witness in the investigation by meeting with Steele and providing Steele's information to the FBI. As we describe in Chapter 8, the late discovery of Orr's meetings with the FBI prompted NSD to notify the FISC in July 2018, over a year after the final FISA renewal order was issued, of information that Orr had provided to the FBI, but that the FBI had failed to inform NSD and OI about, and therefore was not included in the FISA applications, including that Steele was, quote, desperate that Donald Trump not get elected and was passionate about him not being the U.S. president. That's the second time we've seen that quote. Subheading FBI compliance with policies. The FBI's CHS Policy Guide, CHSPG, provides guidance to agents concerning contacts with CHSs after they have been closed for cause, as was the case with Steele as of November 2016. According to the CHSPG, a handling agent must not initiate contact with or respond to contacts from a former CHS who has been closed for cause absent exceptional circumstances that are approved by an SSA. The CHSPG also requires reopening of the CHS if the relationship between the FBI and a closed CHS is expected to continue beyond the initial contact or debriefing. Reopening requires high levels of supervisory approval, including a finding that the benefits of reopening the CHS outweigh the risks. We found that, while the Crossfire Hurricane team did not initiate direct contact with Steele after his closure, it responded to numerous contacts made by Steele through Orr. Orr himself was not a direct witness in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Rather, his purpose in communicating with the FBI was to pass along information from Steele. While the FBI's CHS policy does not explicitly address indirect contact between an FBI agent and a closed CHS, we concluded that the repeated contact with Steele should have triggered the CHS policy requiring that such contacts occur only after an SSA determines that exceptional circumstances exist. While an SSA was present for the meetings with Orr, we found no evidence that the SSAs made considered judgments that exceptional circumstances existed for the repeated contacts. We also found that, given that there were 13 different meetings with Orr over a period of months, the use of Orr as a conduit between the FBI and Steele created a relationship by proxy that should have triggered, pursuant to FBI policy, a supervisory decision about whether to reopen Steele as a CHS or discontinue accepting information directly from him through Orr. Unbelievable. Is there a rule they haven't broken? Sorry about that. I mean, really, is there a policy, a guideline, a rule, a law that these people have not broken? It is absolute anarchy. The rule of law at the FBI was thrown out the window. And again, I can't wait for Durham to get a hold of these. I don't recall maybe we didn't realize it was important. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's not going to fly in a grand jury, folks. That's not going to fly. These people are going to have to roll. These people are going to get lit up in the grand jury. They're going to see that they are going to be hung out to dry, and they're going to roll. Now, that is just my opinion. It is my hope and desire. I may even pray for that. Although I'm not as good a Catholic as Nancy, because I don't support abortion like Nancy does. So obviously, I'm not as good a Catholic as she is, because I pray for those babies that are killed every day. Or she does, of course. She prays for Trump, and she prays for all the dead babies. What a great Catholic. Continuing. Ethics issues raised by Nellie Orr's former employment with Fusion GPS. Fusion GPS employed Nellie Orr as an independent contractor from October 2015 to September 2016. On his annual financial disclosure forms covering calendar years 2015 and 2016, Orr listed Nellie Orr as an quote-unquote independent contractor and reported her income from that work on the form. We determined that financial disclosure rules 5 CFR Part 2634 did not require Orr to list on the form the specific organizations, such as Fusion GPS, that paid Nellie Orr as an independent contractor during the reporting period. Well, there's a bullet dodged by Bruce. Excuse me, got to scratch my ear. Thank you. In addition, for reasons we explain in Chapter 11, we concluded that the federal ethics rules did not require Orr to obtain Department Ethics Council approval before engaging with the FBI in connection with the Crossfire Hurricane matter because of Nellie Orr's prior work for Fusion GPS. However, we found that, given the factual circumstances that existed and the appearance that they created, Orr displayed a lapse in judgment by not availing himself of the process described in the ethics rules to consult with the department ethics official about his involvement in the investigation. And like I said, how can you write a rule covering that? It's beyond the imagination of the average bureaucrat that something like that could happen. So it's one of those things that should be against the rules, but nobody saw it coming. So he got in under the wire. He was the last pickpocket to pull it off before they made pickpocketing illegal. Is pickpocketing a word? Pickpocketage? Anyway. Okay. Meetings involving Orr, CRM officials, and the FBI regarding the MLARS investigation. Orr's supervisors in ODAG were also unaware that Orr, shortly after the U.S. elections in November 2016 and again in early 2017, participated in discussions about a money laundering investigation of Manafort, I'd never heard about this, that was then being led by prosecutors from the Money Laundering and Asset Recovery Section, MLARS, which is located in the Criminal Division, CRM, at the department's headquarters. As described in more detail in Chapter 9, in November 2016, Orr told CRM Deputy Assistant Attorney General Bruce Schwartz and counsel to the CRM Assistant Attorney General Zainab Ahmad, He wound up on the Mueller investigation, didn't he? I'm almost positive he did. He's right up there with Weissman as worthless as far as legal ethics go, in my opinion. Anyway, Assistant Attorney General Zainab Ahmad about information he was getting from Steele and Simpson about Manafort. Let's not forget the Black Ledger from the Ukrainians. Between November 16, 2016 and December 15, 2016, Orr participated in several meetings that were attended at various times by some or all of the following individuals: Schwartz, Ahmad, Andrew Weissman, that was easy, then Section Chief of CRM's Fraud Section, Strzok and Lisa Page. There's Strzok! He's back. The meetings involving Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman focused on their shared concern that Molaris was not moving quickly enough on the Manafort criminal investigation and whether there were steps they could take to move the investigation forward. The meetings with Strzok and Page focused primarily on whether the FBI could assess the case's relevance, if any, to the FBI's Russian interference investigation. Molaris was not represented at any of these meetings or told about them, and none of the attendees had supervisory responsibility over the Molaris investigation. Wow. How can we get something that we're not running? How can we get that moving faster? No political bias here at all. None whatsoever. Weissman was not trying to run the Trump administration into the ground while he was with DOJ. Never. He was only interested in justice. And when he joined the Mueller team and ran it, because Mueller was obviously a figurehead, the man did not have the mental capacity to run an investigation of that size and scope. It's obvious that he was a figurehead. And Weissman was running the damn thing, from hiring to writing the report. At least the obstruction volume. I don't think he wrote the collusion volume, the coordination or conspiring. I don't think he wrote that part because it was too even-handed. It's nice to see the players all getting together to put their influence on something they had no influence over. Continuing. There were no meetings about the Manafort case involving Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman from December 16, 2016 to January 30, 2017. On January 31, 2017, one day after Yates was removed as DAG, one of the best decisions Trump ever made, and the easiest. Oh, good. This is one of my favorite things that happened in the early Trump administration. One day after Yates was removed as DAG, Ahmad, by then an acting CRM Deputy Assistant Attorney General, after consulting with Schwartz and Weissman, sent an email to Lisa Page copying Weissman, Schwartz, and Orr, requesting a meeting the next day to discuss, quote, a few criminal division-related developments, close quote. I also remember Yates got a email from Weissman, or was it a text, right after she announced that she was not going to enforce the travel ban provision that Trump had enacted. Weissman wrote to her and said, "You're my hero." This is a guy who's working in the DOJ. There's no deep state, folks. Well, I'm sorry, there was no deep state until it was proven there was. And now they're heroes. See, they didn't exist at all. It was just a conspiracy theory. It was a made-up phrase by Trump. There was no deep state. It's just his paranoid delusions. You know, his 25th Amendment coming forward and going to get him out of office. And then one day it's like, oh, there is a deep state. Yeah, but these people, these are the true Americans. These are the people who are looking out for the United States of America's population and the Constitution, to keep it from being ripped asunder by that fascist dictator in the White House. That racist, bigoted, homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic, anti-brown, anti-immigrant. That man, we've got to keep him from hurting this country even more than he already has. By people through the will of people who didn't exist until suddenly it was more convenient for the narrative to include them than to pretend they weren't there. And the DOJ still has a ton of these people. Still. Oh, thank you, David. I did forget Orange Man Bad. H Sunset, thank you. I just thought I'd throw that one out there. I didn't know if anyone would even notice it or not. Thank you. That was kind of you. All right, so getting back to this. A few criminal division-related developments, close quote. The next day, February 1, Schwartz, Orr, Ahmad, and Weissman met with Strzok, Lisa Page, and an FBI acting section chief. There's Strzok and Page again. None of the attendees at the meeting could explain to us what the, quote, criminal division-related developments, unquote, were, and we did not find any. Meeting notes reflect, among other things, that the group discussed the Manafort criminal investigation and efforts that the department could undertake to investigate attempts by Russia to influence the 2016 elections. Millars was not represented at or told about the meeting. We are not aware of information indicating that any of the discussions involving Orr, Schwartz, Weissman, Ahmad, Strzok, and Lisa Page resulted in any actions taken or not taken in the Millars investigation, and ultimately the investigation remained with Millars until it was transferred to the Office of the Special Counsel in May 2017. Who saw that coming? This was all planned. This was all planned. That special counsel thing, that was from the word go. As soon as Trump was elected, Comey and Brennan and Clapper hatched a scheme to force Trump to fire Comey, and then they could launch a special counsel into obstruction of justice and his Trump's involvement in the Russia thing, even though Crossfire Hurricane had not turned up one scintilla of evidence since it was started, quote unquote, in July 31st, 2016. It was a plan all along. None of this happened by chance. None of it. Continuing. We also did not identify any department policies prohibiting internal discussions about a pending investigation among officials not assigned to the matter or between those officials and senior officials from the FBI. However, as described in Chapter 9, we were told that there was a decision not to inform the leadership of CRM, both before and after the change in presidential administrations, of these discussions in order to insulate the Millars investigation from becoming quote-unquote politicized. We concluded that this decision, made in the absence of concerns of potential wrongdoing or misconduct, and for the purpose of avoiding the appearance that an investigation is quote-unquote politicized, fundamentally misconstrued who is ultimately responsible and accountable for the department's work. We agree with the concerns expressed to us by then DIG Yates and then CRM Assistant Attorney General Leslie Caldwell. Department leaders cannot fulfill their management responsibilities and be held accountable for the department's actions if subordinates intentionally withhold information from them in such circumstances. Okay, I'm starting to feel my back waking up here. Let me see how much more we've got to go in this executive summary. Okay, we've got a few pages, so I'll be able to make it. But we're gonna go to the end of the executive summary, and I'm gonna call it a day. and then we'll, of course, pick it up again tomorrow at 11 a.m. With again, we'll take a break Wednesday for the hearing with Horowitz and the Senate Judiciary Committee, with the estimable Lindsey Graham presiding. And remember my phrase, what do the Democrats do when they're faced with a witness in a hearing that is not going their way? They whitewash, backfill, and, oh God, what was the third one? I was just thinking of this yesterday. Whitewash, backfill, and rehabilitate. Whitewash, backfill, rehabilitate. That's what they do with the witnesses when it's not going in their favor. But with Horowitz, they're going to have to attack him. They've got no choice. Here's the thing, though. Horowitz was appointed by Obama, and he is decidedly nonpartisan. And you can tell on this report, if he was a partisan, he'd be throwing out criminal investigations left and right. I mean, referrals. As it is, he's thrown out one. Someone who was proven to have altered a document used in a court filing. I mean, there was a paper trail showing that he faked that document. So the FISA would get moved up for the next renewal as a proven event. I'm looking forward to see how the Democrats handle that one. I bet the phrase low-level lawyer is going to be used quite often. Quite often. But that's all they got. Okay, let's get back up to where we were. No, we were there already. Okay, here we go. The use of confidential sources other than Steele and undercover employees. As discussed in Chapter 10, we determined that during the 2016 presidential campaign, the Crossfire Hurricane team tasked several CHSs, which resulted in multiple interactions with Carter Page and George Papadopoulos, both before and after they were affiliated with the Trump campaign, and one with a high-level Trump campaign official who was not a subject of the investigation. Oh gosh, what's his name? Folks, help me out. It begins with a C. Clovis. Yeah, I think Halper tried to institute a relationship with Clovis. He sent him some emails. I'd like to see them mention the dates that these people were unleashed upon these gentlemen. Okay, continuing. All of these CHS interactions were consensually monitored and recorded by the FBI. What does that mean, consensually monitored? Does that mean that the CHS knows they're being recorded, but not the subject? I would imagine so. Why would you use a CHS if the person they were talking to knew they were investigating that person? It makes no sense. So that the consensually monitored must mean that the CHS knows they're being monitored by the running agency. Laura Weekly, the Clovis people who died out around 40,000 years ago. Very good. Very good. There's an anthropological reference I haven't seen since, I don't know, college? I mean, seriously. That's a very good call, Laura. Thank you. Thank you. Look that one up, folks. Nicely done. So anyway, continuing. All of these CHS interactions were consensually monitored and recorded by the FBI. As noted above, under Department and FBI policy, the use of a CHS to conduct consensual monitoring is a matter of investigative judgment that, absent certain circumstances, can be authorized by a first-line supervisor, a supervisory special agent. We determined that the CHS operations conducted during Crossfire Hurricane received the necessary FBI approvals. How valid was the information used to get those approvals? And that AD Priestap knew about and approved of all of the Crossfire Hurricane CHS operations, even in circumstances where a first-level supervisory special agent could have approved the operations. Well, we know that Priestap was in the bag this entire time, so his approval means nothing as far as that's the word I'm looking for. Acceptability, reliability, something like that. You know what I'm trying to say. That it was proper. We found no evidence that the FBI used CHSs or UCEs to interact with members of the Trump campaign prior to the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Okay, folks, here we go. Right here. We found no evidence that the FBI used CHSs or UCEs to interact with members of the Trump campaign prior to the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. That means there's only one explanation then for Misfud. He's CIA or NSA. That's the only explanation. Halper, I believe, came on after July 31st. I believe Halper contacted Papadopoulos in September of 2016, somewhere around there. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember. So Halper is covered by this paragraph. But I think Azra Turk also would be covered because she was with Halper. But Misfud, he got in touch with Papadopoulos in March of 2016. So Misfud had to have been run by CIA or NSA. That's the only explanation. Dan Bongino again, folks. I didn't come up with that on my own, but I see the explanation for it right here in black and white. Continuing. After the opening of the investigation, we found no evidence that the FBI placed any CHSs or UCEs within the Trump campaign or tasked any CHSs or UCEs to report on the Trump campaign. No, they were trying to set up Papadopoulos and Page and Flynn is what they were doing. They were, that's a very fine line to draw. I think they'll explain it in the next paragraph. I just read ahead a little bit, but that's a very fine line to draw. We found no documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivations influenced the FBI's decision to use CHSs or UCEs to interact with Trump campaign officials in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So yeah, they're not in the Trump campaign or reporting on the campaign, but they are interacting with campaign officials. So again, I'm trying to see how one is less improper than the other. Continuing. Although the Crossfire Hurricane team's use of CHSs and UCEs complied with applicable policies, we are concerned that, under these policies, it was sufficient for a first-level FBI supervisor to authorize the domestic CHS operations that were undertaken in Crossfire Hurricane, and that there was no applicable department or FBI policy requiring the FBI to notify department officials of the investigative team's decision to task CHSs to consensually monitor conversations with members of a presidential campaign. Again, the low bar in the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover lives on. Continuing. We found no evidence that the FBI consulted with any department officials before conducting these CHS operations. We believe that current department and FBI policies are not sufficient to ensure appropriate oversight and accountability when such operations potentially implicate sensitive, constitutionally protected activity, and that they should require, at minimum, department consultation. As noted above, we include a recommendation in this report to address this issue. Consistent with current department and FBI policy, we learned that decisions about the use of CHSs and UCEs were made by the case agents and the supervisory special agents assigned to Crossfire Hurricane. These agents told the OIG that they focused the CHS operations on the FFG information and the 4 investigative subjects, and that they viewed CHS operations as one of the best methods available to quickly obtain information about the predicating allegations while preventing information about the nature and existence of the investigation from becoming public and potentially impacting the presidential election. So those stories about Trump campaign officials being tied to Russia, those never came out. Good to know. Good to know, Horowitz. Thanks. Continuing. During the meeting between a CHS and the high-level Trump campaign official who was not a subject of the investigation, the CHS asked about the role of 3 Crossfire Hurricane subjects, Page, Papadopoulos, and Manafort, in the Trump campaign. The CHS also asked about allegations in public reports concerning Russian interference in the 2016 elections, the campaign's response to ideas featured in Page's Moscow speech, and the possibility of an quote-unquote October surprise. In response, the campaign official made no comments of note about those topics. The CHS and the high-level campaign official also discussed redacted. Oh, I'd love to know what this is. It's got to be another Five Eyes thing. That's the only consistent redactions that we've seen is Five Eyes stuff. Continuing. We found that the Crossfire Hurricane team made no use of any information collected from the high-level Trump campaign official because the team determined that none of the information gathered was, quote-unquote, germane to the allegations under investigation. In other words, they tried to set him up, and they got nothing. Just like they got nothing with Papadopoulos except a report of a unsupported conversation with no witnesses, a possible recording that was never released to Papadopoulos' attorneys. There's no problems. Continuing. However, we were concerned that the Crossfire Hurricane team did not recall having in place a plan prior to the operation involving the high-level campaign official to address the possible collection of politically sensitive information. That's what they were trying to do. Continuing. As discussed in Chapter 10, through the use of CHSs, the investigative team obtained statements from Carter Page and Papadopoulos that raised questions about the validity of allegations under investigation. For example, when questioned in August 2016 about other individuals who were subjects in the investigation, Page told a CHS that he had, quote, literally never met, unquote, or, quote, said one word to, unquote, Manafort, and that Manafort had not responded to any of Page's emails. As another example, Papadopoulos denied to a CHS that anyone associated with the Trump campaign was collaborating with Russia or with outside groups like WikiLeaks in the release of emails. Papadopoulos stated that the quote, campaign, of course, does not advocate for this type of activity because at the end of the day, it's illegal, close quote, and that, quote, our campaign is not engaging or reaching out to WikiLeaks or to the whoever it is to tell them, please work with us, collaborate, because we don't. No one does that, close quote. Well, Hillary does. With both Russia and Ukraine. Papadopoulos also said that, quote, as far as I understand, no one's collaborating, there's been no collusion, and it's going to remain that way, close quote. In another interaction, Papadopoulos told the CHS that he knew, quote, for a fact, close quote, that no one from the Trump campaign had anything to do with releasing emails from the DNC as a result of Papadopoulos's, 3 times fast, involvement in the Trump campaign. Despite the relevance of this material, as described in chapters 5 and 7, none of Papadopoulos's statements were provided by the Crossfire Hurricane team to the OI attorney, and Page's statements were not provided to the OI attorney until June 2017, approximately 10 months after the initial Carter-Page FISA application was granted by the FISC. Through our review, we also determined that there were other CHSs tasked by the FBI to attempt to contact Papadopoulos, but that those attempted contacts did not lead to any operational activity. We also identified several individuals who had either a connection to candidate Trump or a role in the Trump campaign, and were also FBI CHSs, but who were not tasked as part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. What? Excuse me, folks, I got to read that again. Through our review, we also determined that there were other CHSs tasked by the FBI to attempt to contact Papadopoulos, but those attempted contacts did not lead to any operational activity. Here's the part I wanted to read. We also identified several individuals who had either a connection to candidate Trump or a role in the Trump campaign and were also FBI CHSs. I thought you said there were no informants in the campaign. Isn't that what I read earlier? That there were no informants connected to the Trump campaign? Maybe I don't remember what I just read correctly. Maybe I'm wrong, and you guys feel free to call me out on it. I specifically remember being upset that Horowitz drew that distinction before I read the second paragraph, where he did show that there were CHSs and UCEs who were contacting Papadopoulos and Page and Flynn and Manafort. Perhaps not Manafort. Perhaps not. King James says that I do have it. I got it right. Okay. All right. That's what I thought. And were also FBI CHSs, but who were not tasked as part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Then what the fuck were they doing in the campaign? Seriously. If they weren't investigating the supposed and totally made up Russian collusion, why the hell were there confidential informants in the Trump campaign? What possible reason could there be to be spying on the Trump campaign if it wasn't about Russia? And again, we know that was a red herring. There was no Russia at all. It's just an excuse to get in the campaign. But what the fuck? What the fuck? Pardon my language. I'm sorry. Pardon my language. One such continuing with absolute gobsmacked eyes One such CHS did provide the Crossfire Hurricane team with general information about Crossfire Hurricane subjects Page and Manafort, but we found that this CHS had no further involvement in the investigation. Then what were they doing there, Horowitz? Come on. Oh, this needs to be explained, man. This needs to be explained. That's executive summary, last paragraph, page 17, top paragraph, page 18. If I get my Roman numerals right. Holy shit. I didn't see this coming. This is dumbfounding. Oh my god. Oh my god. And this is going to get totally glossed over by the drive-by media, as Rush likes to say. No one's going to talk about it. It wasn't in any of the early rundowns of the summary that I watched while I was giving you guys time to get ready for the stream. And it's just sitting there with no comment. In fact, Horowitz is blowing it off. We found that the CHS had no further involvement in the investigation, and the CHSs who were not tasked as part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Durham has got to get to the bottom of this, because it looks like Durham is basically saying, I can't go any further with this. This is not part of the FISA. And these people weren't looking at Papadopoulos, Page, Flynn, or Manafort, so I can't go any further with that. But this needs to be run down hard. I think this is as big a scandal as the lying in the FISA applications. My God. My God. All right, I'm going to try and go on. We haven't got that much further to go. Oh, okay, Laura, I'm sorry. Let me see here. How far do I go up? Let's see. That is why he seemed disorganized and didn't run his campaign or office the way they did. He didn't continually talk things over in meetings or take advice. Yeah. Very good. I hadn't even thought of that. Interesting. Very, very good analysis there, Laura. Very good analysis. Continuing. Home stretch here, folks. We identified another CHS that the Crossfire Hurricane team first learned about in 2017, after the CHS voluntarily provided her handling agent with an redacted, and the handling agent forwarded the material through his supervisor in FBI headquarters to the Crossfire Hurricane team. This is information. This redaction, they're talking about information from the Trump campaign. They have to be. This is some kind of internal document from the Trump campaign that's being referenced here. Continuing. Redaction. The handling agent told us that when he subsequently informed the Crossfire Hurricane team that the CHS had access to, there you go, either information or people, a Crossfire Hurricane team intelligence analyst asked the handling agent to collect redacted from the CHS, which the handling agent did. We found that the Crossfire Hurricane team determined that there was not, quote, anything significant, unquote, in this redacted collection and did not seek to task the CHS. While we found that no action was taken by the Crossfire Hurricane team in response to receiving redacted, we nevertheless were concerned to learn that the handling agent for the CHS placed redacted into the FBI's files, and we promptly notified the FBI upon learning that they were still being maintained in the FBI's files. We further concluded that because the CHS's handling agent did not understand the CHS's political involvement, how can they be their handling agent and not know they're in the Trump campaign? Who are these people? Oh my God. This is a completely out of control organization. They have no limits to their arrogance. They have no bounds to their stupidity. And this is supposed to be the greatest law enforcement agency in the world. They are completely out of control. How can you work in an environment like that, where there's no accountability, unless you're investigated? Obviously, these people were allowed to run roughshod around what rules there are. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. God, I'm going to try to get through this. Continuing. I'll just read that previous phrase again. We further concluded that because the CHS's handling agent did not understand the CHS's political involvement, no assessment was performed by the source's handling agent or his supervisors, none of whom were members of the Crossfire Hurricane team, to determine whether the CHS required redesignation as a quote-unquote sensitive source or should have been closed during the pendency of the campaign. Man, Trump's going to be tweeting a storm tonight. An absolute storm. He's going to do 3 hours on Fox and Friends tomorrow morning. This is insane. I can't wait to see Chuck Todd try to shut down Lindsey Graham next Sunday. That's TV worth watching. I mean, Chuck Todd, Dan Bongino was saying this morning that he thinks Chuck Todd is only the second stupidest person on television, just ahead of Brian Stelter. Brian Stelter! Thank you, Mark Dice. Picasso knows does it much better than I do. I mean, Chris Cuomo, he's a very good gaslighter. And he lies on his feet really well. He's got that kind of used car salesman, oily smoothness that keeps you off balance. Brian Stelter is just a fatuous idiot. I can't put it any other way. Chuck Todd has a little bit of guile, but he's basically just a blunt instrument for the DNC. All he can do is ask Democratic talking points, and when they're being destroyed in his face, and he realizes that he can't hold the narrative, he just interrupts and forces some non sequitur down your throat to try to throw you off balance. There's no art to it whatsoever. It's just pure 2x4 journalism. Again, we know what that word really means, so I can use it in that context. But I want to see someone from the Judiciary Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, some Republican on, what is that, Meet the Press with Sleepy Eye. Sleepy Eye son of a bitch, Chuck Todd. I want to see one of them Sunday on there. I never watched that, never. But if I find out who's going to be on before the weekend comes up, I'm tuned. John Hartman says, Wolf has been dumber longer. That's a very good point. But Skullcram comes right back. Nobody pays attention to Wolfie. Even better. Yeah, Wolf Blitzer is an afterthought. Just like Don Lemon. Chris Cuomo only gets a little viewing because he's in prime time. Anderson Cooper, they took away his second hour and gave it to Chris Cuomo. That's how poorly Anderson Cooper's been doing. When you lose your second hour to Chris Cuomo, you know you have lost favor with the CNN gods. And Anderson Cooper was their golden boy for how many years? He'll never live down that AOC interview. All right. God, I'm sorry, folks. I'm really slowing this up. I do apologize. I know you have places to be. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Continuing. While we concluded that the investigative activities undertaken by the Crossfire Hurricane team involving CHSs and UCEs complied with the applicable Department and FBI policies, we believe that, in certain circumstances, Department and FBI policies do not provide sufficient oversight and accountability for investigative activities that have the potential to gather sensitive information involving protected First Amendment activity and therefore include recommendations to address these issues. How many recommendations is that? I mean, the mid-year exam, really, I don't think there were any recommendations. There were, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page were taken to task for their obvious bias. I mean, he held their feet to the fire. And Comey, of course, got ripped to shreds by Horowitz. I mean, what did he call him? Insubordinate. That's a pretty strong word for the director of the FBI. But the rest of it was, I don't see any bias here that affected this decision. I don't see any laws broken. It was fairly even-handed, really. It was like, yeah, they did what they did, but I can't see anything specifically wrong. But this, man, the FBI is getting its hat handed to it and being told to dance, puppet dance. Continuing. Finally, as we also describe in Chapter 10, we learned during the course of our review that in August 2016, the supervisor of the Crossfire Hurricane Investigation, SSA-1, I thought Strzok was the supervisor. Participated on behalf of the FBI in a strategic intelligence briefing given by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. That's Clapper, right? To candidate Trump and his national security advisors including Michael Flynn, and in a separate strategic intelligence briefing given to candidate Clinton and her national security advisors. The stated purpose of the FBI portion of the briefing was to provide the recipients, quote, a baseline on the presence and threat posed by foreign intelligence services to the national security of the U.S., close quote. However, we found that SSA-1 was selected to provide the FBI briefings in part because Flynn, who was a subject in the ongoing Crossfire Hurricane investigation, would be attending the Trump campaign briefing. There's, like I say, Flynn had a target on his back from the moment he left the Obama administration. They wanted his scalp. And they weren't going to stop till they get it. Yeah, I think the only justice for Michael Flynn, for General Michael Flynn, seriously, is to screw what's his name? That's Sandman or Saterman, the lieutenant colonel from the intelligence, Adam Schiff's intelligence committee hearings on the impeachment. Lieutenant colonel. Well, guess what? The House members outrank you, idiot. But it should be General Flynn. I should not just refer to him as Michael Flynn. But he needs to be pardoned. If his case against the government stalls and they can't get any further, I believe he could easily have his conviction overturned if she gets her way. But we are talking about the FBI and the DOJ under Christopher Wray, the FBI under Christopher Wray. But if they don't get their way, Flynn is pardoned, and then he is renamed National Security Advisor. He gets his old job back. That would be a boot to the face of the intelligence community. And then he would be able to make the sweeping changes that it so desperately needs to become a responsive force and to become useful again, as opposed to nothing but a huge bureaucracy that eats the information and never does anything with it. That's my dream for Christmas. Okay, continuing. Following his participation in the briefing of candidate Trump, Flynn, and another Trump advisor, SSA-1 drafted an EC documenting his participation in the briefing and added the EC to the Crossfire Hurricane investigative file. We were told that the decision to select SSA-1 to participate in the ODNI briefing was reached by consensus among a group of senior FBI officials, including McCabe and Baker. Again, they don't work at the FBI anymore. We noted that no one at the department or ODNI was informed that the FBI was using the ODNI briefing of a presidential candidate for investigative purposes and found no applicable FBI or department policies addressing this issue. Again, how could there be? Who in their right mind could think of a scenario where you would specifically send an agent into an ODNI briefing because he's an investigator on a secret counterintelligence event that is investigating the national security advisor, or at least the candidate to be national security advisor of candidate Trump, specifically to see what he says and to write a report on it and put it in the Crossfire Hurricane file, put it in the investigative file. How can you write a rule on that? It is beyond the pale. No one in their right mind could imagine a scenario like that. Continuing, we concluded that the FBI's use of this briefing for investigative reasons could potentially interfere with the expectation of trust and good faith among participants in strategic intelligence briefings, thereby frustrating their purpose. We therefore include a recommendation to address this issue. Okay, final sprint here. Recommendations. Our report makes 9 recommendations to the FBI and the department to assist them in addressing the issues that we identified in this review. Okay, these are all bullet points. I'll just take them one at a time. The department and the FBI should ensure that adequate procedures are in place for OI to obtain all relevant and accurate information needed to prepare FISA applications and renewal applications, including CHS information. In Chapter 12, we identify a few specific steps to assist in this effort. Next, the department and FBI should evaluate which types of SIMs require advance notification to a senior department official, such as the DAG, in addition to the notifications currently required for SIMs, especially for case openings that implicate core First Amendment activity and raise policy considerations or heighten enterprise risk, and establish implementing policies and guidance as necessary. Next, the FBI should develop protocols and guidelines for staffing and administrating any future sensitive investigative matters from FBI headquarters. So basically, trying to prevent a cabal from forming and trying to foment a process to either block a candidate from becoming president or senator or whatever, and then trying to get them impeached after that fails without any oversight. I think personally, they ought to consider not allowing these quote-unquote headquarters specials at all. These things should be relegated to field offices, which is where the work of the FBI is done. Headquarters is for oversight, budgeting, things like that. The political aspect of the FBI. It is not an investigative arm of the FBI and should not be treated as such. These things should be left to the field offices. That's what they do. Continuing. The FBI should address the problems with the administration and assessment of CHSs identified in this report, including, at a minimum, revising the FBI standard CHS admonishments, improving the documentation of CHS information, revising FBI policy to address the acceptance of information from a closed CHS indirectly through a third party, and taking other steps we identify in Chapter 12. Real quickly. There we go. Next, the department and FBI should clarify the terms, 1, quote, sensitive monitoring circumstance, close quote, in the AG guidelines and the DIOG to determine whether to expand its scope to include consensual monitoring of a domestic political candidate or an individual prominent within a domestic political organization or a subset of these persons, so that consensual monitoring of such individuals would require consultation with or advance notification to a senior department official, such as the DAG. Well, in this case, it would have been allowed without any second thought whatsoever. So that's I don't see that really as being that effective. Again, you've got the outgoing administration doing all it can to subvert the intentions of the incoming administration. They've got all their people in place between the election and the I almost said coronation, the swearing in. So they can do whatever they want until the new president starts putting people in place, or the new senator, whatever. I just don't see how that's going to be effective. It looks good on paper, but I don't see how that could affect any change. Senior department official such as the DAG, continuing, and 2, quote, prominent in a domestic political organization, close quote, so that agents understand which campaign officials fall within that definition as it relates to, quote, sensitive investigative matters, close quote, sensitive UDP, close quote, the designation of, quote, unquote, sensitive sources, and, quote, sensitive monitoring circumstance, close quote. Next. The FBI should ensure that appropriate training on DIOG Section 4 is provided to emphasize the constitutional implications of certain monitoring situations and to ensure that agents account for these concerns, both in the tasking of CHSs and in the way they document interactions with and tasking of CHSs. Next. The FBI should establish a policy regarding the use of defensive and transition briefings for investigative purposes, including the factors to be considered and approval by senior leaders at the FBI, with notice to a senior department official such as the DAG. Well, again, they're, why should you be allowed to use a defensive and transition briefing for investigative purposes? That is ridiculous. It's supposed to be a fact-based exchange, giving you the information you need in order to run a proper campaign. There is no reason whatsoever for someone to be sent in there in order to gather information on a high official in that campaign, unless you have specific and damning information about them. And even then, they should just be cut loose. If you've got that kind of information, they should be taken in, arrested, and tried. Not allowed to fester within the organization in order to try and bring it down from within through guilt by association. Another recommendation that I find sorely lacking. Next, the Department's Office of Professional Responsibility should review our findings related to the conduct of Department Attorney Bruce Orr for any action it deems appropriate. Oh, wow. Bruce Orr, singled out. Remember, he's civil service, though, so. Continuing. Orr's current supervisors in CRM should also review our findings related to Orr's performance for any action they deem appropriate. Finally, the FBI should review the performance of all employees who had responsibility for the preparation, Woods review, or approval of the FISA applications, as well as the managers, supervisors, and senior officials in the chain of command of the Carter Page investigation for any action it deems appropriate. That is a bullhorn to Durham. Come and get them. All right. That is the overview. Let me scroll through the table of contents here. All right. We will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Page 1, Chapter 1, Introduction. This might go more quickly than what we just read because it'll be more specific. There won't be any broad revelations. But we'll see. We'll see. Are there any questions? Anyone who... anything I missed? Any comments? Corrections? Anything like that? So while we're talking, or while y'all are thinking about that, so again, tomorrow 11 a.m. we'll start again. Wednesday, I believe the hearing starts at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. real time, I believe. But whatever it actually is, I'll be on probably about 15 minutes early before the gavel drops to give everybody time to gather. And we'll chat up a little bit. Now, I've never done a live hearing before. I've seen a couple people do it. One of the techniques I saw was to interrupt as appropriate, but after you're done, to increase the speed of the playback. Not in a way that makes it unlistenable, inaudible, but in a way that allows you to catch up. I may try that. We'll see what you guys think of it. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't see interrupting the Republicans much at all. But the Democrats, I'm probably going to get my fill really fast, and we'll see what happens. So then, come Thursday and Friday, 11 a.m., we'll get back to the report and get it all read in. I think we may be able to finish it by Friday evening, I think. We'll have to see. There are a lot of pages here, a lot of pages. And as you can see, it's single space. So it takes a long time to read. You guys know that. But we'll get it done. Even if it has to take into next week, we'll get it done. I won't read on the weekend, though. I won't put you guys through that. Other than that, oh yeah, one last thing. DLive. I have configured my account on DLive. I will put the link to the channel in the description for this video as soon as it posts. I forgot to do that while I was getting set up. But I will put it in there. And I will also do a standalone video to remind people who weren't here today about the DLive channel. Because remember, technically, the hammer drops tomorrow. That's when the new terms of service come out. And all the talking that I've done about what I'm planning on doing here may be for nothing. But if I'll just, while we're sitting here, I'm going to put my, let me get my DLive channel up, and I'll, see, where is it? I'll just do it this way. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Very simple. Oh, there goes my voice. Very simple, easy to remember. There is an app for DLive, and you can do it on your desktop. And here's the thing. If you go to DLive and do the search for this channel, if you search AHNC, it will not be at the top of the list. The DLive search function is very squirrely for some reason. I don't know if it's just so they can get you to try to link up with more popular channels than the one you're looking for, or what. I can't say, but if you search for AHNC, you may have to scroll down a ways before you see it. The other thing is, if you go to DLive and you click following, I'll show you. If you click following, unless that channel is broadcasting at that moment, you will not see it. All you have to do, though, is let me see here. What was that again? Let's see. Go to home.
Worried about that. You can be mad.
Sorry, I don't want. Sorry.
Like, damn.
Dumb. How do you do that again? Oh yeah, go to your icon. Your icon, which you can customize. They will give you a placeholder icon, but you can customize it. At the very top right of the DLive window, just to the right of the search field, if you click on your icon, let's see. Oh God, it's been so long since I had to do this. I think it's my subscriptions. Oh my God, I don't remember now. I'm sorry, I just don't remember. So anyway, here's the deal. Just go to my link. Click on my link, go to it. And again, I'll put it in the description when we're done. And if YouTube doesn't shut me off tomorrow morning before I have a chance to do it, I will put up a standalone video describing it. I'm sorry I couldn't come up with the technique for finding your finding the people you're following. I used to be able to do it. I don't know now. But yeah, so so just look for me. Follow the link. AHNC. That's it. That's all the channel is. AHNC. There is a video on there, a replay. That's just my test video. So if you want to check your settings in DLive to make sure you can hear and things like that, I left that there for you. It's only a few minutes long. Certainly there's no information in it. But that is our emergency beacon. It's DLive. Now here's the thing. I don't know how they are about long form videos. I have no idea. I know they do Twitch, or they do streams, gaming streams, and those can go on for days. So I don't think there's going to be a problem. I know people who do 3-4 hour streams, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. The one thing is, you guys know this better than anyone, but the chat can't get too ugly. And by that I mean really foul language, racial epithets, things like that. I know you guys don't use anything like that. I know that, but I have to say it just to be clear, because I am held responsible for what's in the chat. And if my chat, if I leave it up, if I leave the videos up and the chat is too crazy, they could take away the channel. So it's my responsibility to let you know what your responsibility is. So the channel is in your hands. There we go. Okay, so we'll meet here tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Central, noon real time, and we'll get this thing going. And wish me luck with my throat. I think it'll be fine. I've got some custard in the freezer and plenty more hot tea and honey. So I want to thank all you guys for being here. God bless you all for making it and showing me such a good time and supporting this channel. It is the highlight of Picasso and I's day to be able to spend it with you guys, truly. So until then, until tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, real time, be well. God bless. Happy trails. Bye-bye.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny hope we learn something. I hope we learn something. I hope we learn something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny